Good morning. Or well, fuck. Never mind. We're all totally scuffed here. Oh. Yeah, hey everybody. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I got no idea what to do for today. Again, I only found out that stuff was canceled like an hour ago. Not even. Sorry, a half hour ago. So that's kind of a dick move. Yesterday we had Left 4 Dead 2. We had a collab stream, and as it turns out, people using Pagan's mod pack were cheating, and we found out it because Thief blatantly cheated during it. And so I said, no, we gotta stop. We gotta fucking take that mod off right now. They lose. We take that mod off right now. Because what it was doing was it added glowing bits to even the invisible models of the infected. So you could be able to tell if the infected were running ahead to spawn ahead of you or were lagging behind to spawn in behind you. You could see where they were going, right? Before they could spawn in. And again, Thief admitted to it. He said, yeah, that's what I was doing because I thought it was funny. So that was that's some cancer right there. And apparently they had known about that the whole time. So I found that out later. Apparently, because I said, no, we need to remove that. That's fucking cheating. Right? And Pagan said, we've been using it the entire time. Everybody has. Which, I'll remind you, 2 of our people were playing completely vanilla, so they absolutely were not using it. And I wasn't using Pagan's mod pack, so I had no fucking idea. So, yeah. And then apparently, Wolfie canceled the Abiotic Factor stream today because of yesterday. Or, well, at least with me. Wolfie will probably play Abiotic Factor, I don't know. But yeah, that's been canned now. The collab has been canned. So I don't know. And again, I only found out about this a half hour ago. So we lost the normal streaming slot we were in to do the collab, and as it turns out, yeah, I only just found out now. So, kind of an extra dick move on top of it. Yeah, well. It is what it is. That's why I said I'll throw something together. Because originally I was going to wait for whenever the collab thing was going to start, right? But then finding out we're already way past our normal streaming schedule. So, throw something together and we'll just, I don't know, do something. But I don't know what to do. Yeah, there you go. Now you're basically caught up with it. Because the moment Pagan excused it and doubled down on it, I said, all right, I'm done. I'm not doing this fucking Left 4 Dead 2 verse thing anymore. Which I'd already said I don't like Left 4 Dead 2 verses. There's funny moments to be had, but it's not why I play Left 4 Dead 2. For any of the Left 4 Dead stuff. I've never been a fan of verses. That's what I said the day before we streamed too. I wasn't really looking forward to it. I say we should write letters to Santa because Christmas is right around the corner. Yeah. I've got a couple things on the Christmas list. Hopefully, one is getting that bike fixed up. I bought a bike pump, a nice one, because if you buy really cheap ones, obviously they'll break on you and things like that, and you'll have to go get another one eventually. They're not really good up to purpose, right? So I bought a decent one for what was it, $38? Hold on. Yeah, $37.41. I was very close. $37.41. Which I thankfully have enough money for. But we then tried the tires and everything like that. They're so rotted that they've actually, the internal wall has collapsed on the tires. So I can't even get the bike pump to properly latch to the thing, and I can't put back on. I can't put back on the threads, the threaded stuff to close the thing. Anyways, well, it doesn't matter. The tires are pretty fucking well rotted. Anyways, they're pretty fucking well rotted. Which it sucks because they're not worn down tires. They're nice tires. Just they've been in that shed for so long. Yeah, it just time got to it, and a shit ton of insects too. Like a fuck ton of insects. Yeah. By the way, when I say rotted, I don't mean like. I mean the internals are clearly gone, right? Like the internals and stuff are gone. So there's obviously a breach in the outer so that whatever could get inside could get inside. Well, I don't know. Maybe we could replace the inner tube? We'll have to see. We're going to take it to a bike shop eventually. We don't know how much it's going to cost to just be like, we just need to service this thing, right? I need to take one of these days and go out and scrub the bike down, get rid of all the spider egg sacks and things like that that are left. Like, and I mean, these are old sacks, right? But there's hundreds of them all over the place. So I just need to go out with a hose and a scrubber and just scrub it all down, get it all cleaned up. Again, it's not a bad bike. There's not like rust all over it or anything like that. Even the chain still looks pretty good. And the gears still work on it, so that's a plus. So it looks like it just needs like the tires and maybe some like fine tuning, right? Like obviously I would love to get like the whole gear thing, the gear train cleaned up. Yeah. It was an adjustable like whatchamacallit, you could change the chain tension and have it jump the different like lengths on the bike. It wasn't just a solo, like there's only one wheel or there's only one like cog tooth wheel on the back. No, it has multiple at different like sizes and levels, and you could change it and it would change the tension on the tensioner arm. So it's a nice bike. Yeah, I'm gonna start using bikes more for sure. So that's part of it is just to get more fit and fiddle. Breaking: Nintendo patent denied. Pal World lawsuit likely affected. Patents for capturing creatures in ball-shaped objects, using them to battle other creatures, has been denied. It is not directly involved in the lawsuit, but is in the same patent tree, and its denial could lead to related patents losing validity. Ooh. I hope it's fucking true too, yeah. Again, don't get too excited. Let's hope it's true. Because if Nintendo eats Big Crow on this, that'd be, beneficial for everybody. Right? If Nintendo gets BTFO'd in this, that's huge benefit for everybody involved. Yeah. So again, I'm going to post that over to Rags' Discord as well. And be like, that'd be amazing if true. Let's... But remember, Power World also has some weird collaborations going on now, right? Like weird collaborations. Power World's doing a collaboration with Once Human, which is fucking strange, very strange. That is not a thing I would have ever like put together as two things. Like, I think peanut butter and chocolate. Would these two go together? But that's something I mean, I can see the logic behind it now because of the deviant system and Once Human. But I'm also like, okay, so what is Pal World going to get from Once Human? You know? Like, or is it just a one-way crossover where Pocket Pair is coming into Once Human? You know? You know what I mean? It's fucking weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's a weird timeline. We're in a strange timeline. Very strange timeline. I guess, chat. Let's look through. Let's look through. We might have to do a, danger alert dive for cover if we see some unfortunateness. Well, let's look through our list here, right? Ooh. Yeah, dude, No More Room in Hell was so disappointing. It's on my wish list, but everything I've watched for No More Room in Hell 2 is like completely misunderstood what made No More Room in Hell 1 so good. I don't know if they'll ever be able to fix that. Because that's like core foundational issues. $5 from Irish John. Thank you very much. Happy Wednesday. Seen Primitive War? It's Nam with dinos, and the guys with guns actually kill lots of dinos. Not perfect, but maybe Sat Show material? Could be. Remember, this Saturday Showtime, we're going to try and do a double feature. We're going to do Mummy Returns, and then afterwards we're going to do Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. Holy fuck. Now, I had fun with this demo. It wasn't great, because it's very limited. So, here's the thing about this, right? Your perspective is entirely side-on, so this is what everything looks like. So it's not like the most enjoyable, sort of like buildy, crafty, sort of like management game. But it's not terrible, not by any means. See? This is, you build your magic school, and this is what you like creating. Again, not terrible, but very, very limited, to be sure. This one I had on for meme potential. I might have to do that. My Friendly Neighborhood, I was debating on getting some point. Also, apparently Surrounded went through like a big, or maybe it was Dead Poly. One of these two went through a huge update. I think it was Dead Poly, probably. And it looks so much better now. I don't have your stone, and fuck you anyway. Dude, that was such a disaster. The only thing that was good about that Alone in the Dark reboot was the fire physics, right? Genuinely impressive fire physics. Everything else in that was a fucking disaster. And I remember I did a review for that way back when with the Angry Joe show. And I was talking about how much of a disaster it was. And I'm like, and trust me, I know how tedious this stuff is. I literally did every single one of the little veins. Or what were they? They were the little like dark roots things that you had to take out. I did every single one of them. I 100% of the game. Just so nobody would accuse of anything like, oh, you didn't see this one. This one was actually really good. It's like, no, they were all terrible. It was not a good game. It's not a good game. But again, the fire physics, genuinely impressive for the time, right? Genuinely impressive. This one I thought would be funny. Blood typers. I want to get blood typers, but I kind of want to do that in a co-op thing. So. $3.99, eh? Because this is supposed to be like a horror game. Right? It's like a nice little cutesy horror game. Well, cutesy, you know what I mean? Kind of like, I guess, more relaxing horror game. Alright. Down we go into the depths. What shall we find, chat? What shall we find? Been getting that one a lot lately with the lads around Halo and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Yeah, you filthy gatekeepers. Damn you being right. You know intelligent as you think you are. Yeah. Boba tea horror game? Yeah, sounds about right. You apparently open up a little boba tea shop, and yeah, it's just like your customers can be like monsters and things like that. Alright, let's see. Vampire Hunter. I keep seeing this one. Make awesome builds. Great and customized. You know what this reminds me of? There was a redneck game. I can't remember. It's not Redneck Rampage. That's the boomer shooter. There's a redneck game where you play as a redneck fighting mummies. And it was an interesting roguelike. Hold on. I should have it in my Steam library. Whoop. Immortal Redneck. That's what it was. Yeah. That was an old game. Last played in 2019. Holy shit. Simpler times. Fucking simpler times. Isn't that sad to say when it hasn't even been 6 years? Alright. Again, using an asset pack. Hey, I don't hold too many things of asset packs against things like Soulstone Survivors uses asset packs, right? It's what you do with it with the gameplay. If the gameplay is good, the gameplay is good. You know? And a lot of people might not have the money to pay for like 3D modelers and things like that for all their stuff. Especially if you're smaller teams. Why don't you try Dying Light 2, eh? A world without guns. Truly the scariest one to exist. Eh. I was more interested in what Dying Light 2 was originally going to be, with the whole, like, the zombies are a background threat, but they've obviously caused destabilization to, like, survival necessities and mechanics. Where, it was going to be much more about water. Water was the lifeblood and everything. Those that had and those that didn't have. And then they just, you know, went away with it. Yeah, exactly. They sacked him over an accusation. Accusation that got proven to be false. Did they ever apologize? Of course not, because that wasn't, it wasn't the point of truth to begin with. They were just trying to virtue signal. It looks interesting, but we have Cruel already. It does look nice, though. We'll look into this one. Alright. Oh, that looks dorky and right up my alley. Sure, I'll look into it. Last Devil. Whoa! Okay. He just read what the tags were on that. Yep. I remember the tags were on that one. That was a close one. Yep, that was a very close one. Welcome to Steam Roulette. Alright, shoot 'em up games, kill the crows. I saw that. It was, looked okay. The Braves. Gungrave Gore. You know what this reminds me of? There was an old game, and it was horrible. Like, oh, that one's definitely. Hold on, chat. How much you want to bet? Oh my God, it's not. It's just suggestive. Look, see, just suggestive. See, but it's not actually. Color me impressed by the restraint. Anyways, there was an old game for, I want to say Xbox. That was this reminds me of, right? The wolf is coming. Well, that's an interesting way to start. All right, let's keep going. But I'll show you in comparison. Let me get the comparison thing up. Yep, it was Xbox. It was original Xbox. And the whole thing about this nerd in that game, I will try and get some things to show it. You know, we'll go to YouTube real quick, and we can probably find one. I don't want any of the cutscenes. I don't want to do, like, you know, angry video game nerd or anything like that. I just want to show, like, a brief moment. Okay. There's a bunch of people doing the same thing. We'll watch that short here in a second. Here we go. All right. He never needs to reload, chat. You don't understand. He knows gun fu. Wait, what was that at the end? He just has a bunch of wolves that shoot out of him and kill things. Okay. Yeah, fine. Fine. Alright. Then you have this. This was an old Xbox One game, okay?
Although this all pales in comparison to the final boss, which is the most unfair, broken mess I've ever seen, and if you want to beat him, you have to exploit his AI, otherwise you are fucked. Firstly, he does insane amounts of damage, enough to kill you in about 3 hits.
So you could tell kind of what's going on here, right? So this is Drake of the 99 Dragons, okay? Oh, that game, yep. Anybody that grew up with the Xbox, this was one of those infamous games, right? So, his hands would automatically point to enemies regardless of where you were facing, right? And he just dual pistols and things like that was his jam. So, yeah, it just reminded me of that with the Guns Akimbo in this trailer we were just watching. Fucking Guns Akimbo going crazy. Now I'm questioning, but if you could decide how the world, or at least humanity, ended, what would you pick? I'd pick the probably Singularity or Ascension sort of ending, right? That's what I would pick. For anyone that doesn't know, I mean the meat space Singularity, not creating actual artificial intelligence. I mean the ability to upload consciousness into artificial beings, or again, full on ascension. That's what I would pick. But I'm a sucker for that kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, Gungrave, could be interesting. It's too expensive for me right now. Way too expensive, but yeah, wishlist. All right, here we go. Looks interesting. Snack you. This I already watched an analysis video on. No, I'm not a human. That's very interesting. It's old school vampire lore, like old school vampire lore, which I find very interesting. Yeah. Again, the fact that you're actually getting a Pow World like crossover is weird to me, but it could work, I guess. Yeah, unironically, yeah. But also the way that they come back from the way they come back, they have to dig themselves out of the ground and everything. Like very very cool, like lore and stuff like that. Old school lore. I wanted to keep parts of that. It was the whole silver thing. Remember we talked about it before in my setting. God, we talked about silver being the metal of truth so much. But essentially, like, why vampires don't show reflections in mirrors, but it's only true in silver mirrors, because silvers reflect the truth. And silver is reflecting the truth that they have no soul. There's no continuance there. They are nothing. By Cordysoth's design, right? The curse of Cordysoth that's on them is their punishment. But again, it's not like in the Mummy that we just watched this last Saturday, where the curse is like really awesome and beneficial in weird ways. But yeah. No, Cordysoth's curse is really fucking detrimental, but it's designed with Cordysoth's sensibilities in mind, where he wants the people to suffer from it. Like, he doesn't want you to just be punished immediately for it. Like, oh, I use the immortality spell, and then Cordysoth just snaps you out of existence. No. He wants you to be miserable. He wants you to actually pay penance for it. Your soul's gone no matter what. But he wants you to actually suffer for it. What he didn't expect was that these mages would find little loopholes, right? Like, he didn't expect the little fucking magelings to find little loopholes to get through it. And he can't redo the curse because a curse is a wound inflicted on the multiverse itself. You can't, once a curse has been given, it is always present there. It can't be changed or fucked with. It will always be a thing. That's the problem. He didn't expect them to come up with ideas of like how to force the curse onto someone else. But fortunately, he was smart enough to write in that their soul goes into his jaws, so they will be crushed and destroyed. It said nothing that he can't take the soul out. So there is a path of redemption possible for vampires in my setting. You can redeem yourself, because it could have genuinely been inflicted upon you with no say of your own, right? Like, you didn't initiate the curse, you didn't try to cast the immortality thing. Your soul has been damned because of what a noble, which is what the vampires will eventually call themselves if they were actually mages. They are known as the vampire nobles. The common vampires, or even the sergeants or the secondaries, they can still have this sort of out, and he has, by extension, actually extended it to nobles that genuinely want to repent. Hence why the leader of the Church of Redemptions is actually going to be able to repent, because she did the immortality spell, and she realized how horrible it was, right? Yeah, exactly. Because what he didn't expect, like, okay, here's what he thought. You can only get the Curse of Cordysoth if you do the spell. What he didn't expect was that vampire nobles would figure out, hey, if I drain a corpse of all of the blood in it, like every last little drop, I suck it dry, and then I put my cursed blood back in it, I make a servant. He did not expect that. He was like, fuck. He also didn't expect the fact that, because he had it where they cut off all ability to use magic. Or so he thought. And then they figured out that they could use the very blood that they use for life force in a sort of like soul casting capability. So they could cast blood magics. Now, blood magics is a type of magic. It's not like a fake magic or anything like that. Blood magic is a genuine type of magic. But it's very limited. Obviously, you can't do light or darkness or things like that with it. You're limited with what is in the blood itself. So you could do construct magics. You could do nature magics. You could do water magics. You can't do like all the schools. You're very limited in what you can do because you have to use it as a resource. And it's the same thing Alex is explaining to Victoria and Den of the Arctic Wolf is, you don't have to be born with the capability of using magic, right? Are there some other form of magic that is considered fake? No, because most people compare it to Vampire the Masquerade, right? Because there is a bit of that in there, but obviously I'm doing something way different. And blood magic in Vampire the Masquerade is a fake magic. It's not actually magic. Magic in World of Darkness is will. Your will literally shapes reality. That's magic. Yeah, no, but thaumaturgy, stuff like Clan Tremere does, that's fake magic. Right? Anyways, Alex is trying to explain to Victoria that you don't have to be born with the capability of using magic. So magic is a thing you're born with. If you're born with it, you can do magic. If you're not born with it, you're not going to be able to do magic in the traditional sense. And there's an asterisk there for a reason. Because you could form compacts with spirits. You could become a druid. You could become a shaman. You could become a warden. Right? It is within their genes. It's in their makeup. You have to have a genetic trait within you to be able to use magic. Because the magic has to be able to fill you like a vessel and flow through you and work through you. But you can technically use magic while not having the magic gene if you contract and form compacts with spirits or other entities, but trust me, you don't want to do that. But you can use magic if you do this. Right? So that's what Alex was explaining to Victoria is like, you could become a druid, for example. So you contract with a bunch of animal spirits. And that becomes your lifeline. You know, if what animals can do, their little capabilities. And again, there's a little bit of wiggle room. Because there's stuff like an animal that can stampede. Well, you can learn how, like, Wolverine can learn the charging gift, right? So that they can charge through walls and things like that. But, you could do that. You could have, like, if you contract with fish spirits, you know, you could get kind of water magics and things like that. Waters and air magics. If you did birds, you have a lot of, like, air magics, maybe some storms and things like that you could use. Like, there's all kinds of, like, little things you could do, but you need to have compacts with these spirits. Same thing for a shaman, right? A shaman is ancestral spirits. So, they don't contract with with flora or fauna, well, fauna in air quotes, right? Because technically people would be fauna in, technical sense, right? They contract with ancestral spirits. So that's what shamans do. Wardens contract with nature spirits themselves. So the trees, the plants, the ideas of like the snows and ice, the storms themselves. That's who wardens contract with. Like, you could technically contract with all of them, but spirits are finicky. So it becomes one of those things of like, do you want to try and do that? Only the Wolverine and other shifters really have an easy mode when it comes to contracting with spirits and stuff, because they are divinely mandated to protect the spirits. So they already have that in their like bargaining chip favor, right? Like any of the shifter races can be like, hey, I'm already duty bound to protect you. So already in my corner, I am protecting you. I am offering protection to you. So yeah, only real gamblers would do it. I mean, no, you could genuinely do it, but it becomes that thing of like, it gets hard to juggle what all the spirits demand, right? Like I said, if you're a shifter, it's really in your favor because it's kind of a one and done contract deal. Unless you try to make like magical fetishes and things like that, then you actually need to have an ongoing contract. But Wolverine only need to contract with a spirit the one time to learn the gift, to learn its capabilities. That does slowly get stripped away as you're a smiler, though, and it usually gets replaced with like demonic magics and things like that. But that gets the whole kind of thing there, right? Do the old rob Paul to pay Peter trick. Absolutely do not do that. Do not do that. That's another thing that Alex was trying to explain to Victoria. Is you need to understand something about spirits. There's not a universalized, like, this is the way all spirits are. Spirits are individualistic. That also means spirits can be very fucking dangerous. Hence, these are like your urban legends, your myths, right? Ghosts are technically spirits. Revenants are technically spirits. Poltergeists are technically spirits. They are all spirits. But things like, as he said, his examples were, let me think of it off the top of my head. I can look back, obviously. But off the top of my head, his was the Song in the Fog, the black dog that haunts graveyards, which again is a grim, right? I just thought I like the concept of grims as like protectors, air quotes, of the dead. And also I put it in there specifically because they're going to go to a graveyard. They're going to the graveyard keeper for Point Crescent, where, like, Point Crescent isn't a big town, but because it's not a big town, when people die there, they kind of just get buried there, you know? So they have a fairly big graveyard. Because, well, do you want to drive, like, do you want to take the body 2 hours on a drive to go to one of the bigger towns down south? Well, not really. Like, wouldn't it just be easier just to bury them here? So that's what they do. So they have a fairly big graveyard. They're actually going to, as they're trying to do all this, Andrew won't see it because, again, he's wolf-blooded. But when the sheriff double-checks the graveyard, because he's going to get called out there, he will see that there is a Grim that was trying to protect the graveyard, and the Grim's badly injured and everything. Because not because the necromancer attacked the Grim specifically, but because of what the necromancer did, it basically attacked the function and soul of the spirit. Right? Because it's there to protect the sanctity of the dead. And then his third example was the Weeper in the Woods. So, if you hear, like, crying in the woods, be very fucking careful. Because it might actually be a spirit. And his point of this was that the song in the fog, so the singing that you hear in the fog, don't follow the singing. because it is a spirit that has now turned into what they call predators, and I had 2 words for it. I had 2 words in it for particular. But basically, they are spirits that have not gone bad, but they have like turned out for whatever reason. They're not friendly. They've become hostile. And that also includes other shifters and everything too. So, like, that's the dark. They're the things that live in the darkness. The stuff that Brightbeak was warning people about when he was helping in Guardians of Nature. He's talking about the predators. They are the spirits that have, like, decided that maybe they've been tricked by something, or they have like thought enough was enough. They've become hostile. They are not friendly anymore. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen Evil West. You can actually play as a werewolf in it. I think it was Evil West that you play as a werewolf. Or is that Weird West? One of the two you can play as a werewolf. And there's an entire, like, faction around it. Weird West, that one? Maybe it's both. Hold on a second. I feel like it might be both, because I remember Weird West's werewolves were weird. Alright, here, I'll show you what the Weird West werewolves look like. This is what a Weird West werewolf looks like. Not bad. Again, not bad. And yeah, it was... Weird West was the one that you could play as the werewolf in the story. I think Weird West is the one that yeah, it does. One of the main characters in the story is actually a werewolf. And you can play from his point of view. Let's see. Yep, here we go. And then these are the Evil West werewolves. So, Evil West. Yeah. So, Weird West, Evil West. Werewolves. Werewolves everywhere. Anyways. So, one of the things that he talks about is, like, the reason the spirits can do this, and they're usually left alone, is that, like, as long as they aren't breaking the other rules of the shifters. Like, if a spirit becomes a threat to nature or the natural order, it has to be dealt with. A spirit being hostile and actually manifesting in the world, the shifters will actually go and try to talk with them and be like, okay, what's your deal? Why are you so, why are you angry, right? Like, why are you so angry? What's got you so enraged or so hateful that now you're becoming hostile and you're taking things out? And some of the spirits are generally like, look, these humanoids are a cancer. All right? I am just going to kill humanoids because they're a cancer on this world. They take too much from nature. They take too much. And I will not allow that anymore. And it's when the shifters have to be like, understandable. Like, I can't argue against that. They get a little too greedy sometimes. Some do. Again, that was Alex's point as well. Remember, Alex, when he talked to Victoria, because Victoria's like, she looked at his cabin and she's like, your cabin is made of dozens and, like, how many trees is your cabin made of? And he's like, I see the understanding here. Again, I did this for shelter. In return, I put in the labor. I tilled the grounds and refilled the soils, brought new plants that would help fortify and bring up life. I planted new trees where we needed to prevent soil erosion. Like, again, he put in the work to do this. His price was to build the cabin so he had a place to live, and then he put in the work to maintain and help and revitalize the land. Not everyone's obviously going to do that, right? Not everyone's going to be like, okay, for every tree I take, I'm going to plant 3 new ones. Not everybody's going to be that way. People are going to be like, I got too much work to do. I got to take these trees down. I got to strip the bark of them off. I've got to waterproof them. I need to, I need to prep them. I need to start gouging them out so I can stack them properly. I need to get all the filling together. Not everybody's going to be that same way. Exactly. A lot of people, and that's if people even know spirits exist. A lot of people don't know that, right? There are, of course, the paranormal, channels and things like that. The paranormal, I'm going into the spooky house, and it is actually haunted. But, it's, c'est la vie. Rosentia is actually more willing to accept that spirits are real. The country itself, which is a part of why William is actually more wanting to help, strengthen Rosentia for the war that's to come. Because Rosentia did the opposite route of what the United States did in the real world. When Rosentia conquered the natives, they forced them to integrate. They didn't have a separate thing where they gave them new land, stuff like that, and made everything separate, and, you're on your own sort of thing, but you stay within this little pen. They didn't do that. They forced them to integrate. In doing so, the natives brought their beliefs, their systems in, because they had their own shamans and druids and wardens, and that system is filtered in. It's not as prevalent as it would be in a native society, right? But it is there. So Rosentia is more willing to accept that spirits are real. They're more willing to believe in those things because that has been worked into their DNA after hundreds of years by having the natives integrate. The natives will still have their population centers, right? But they're still Rosentian citizens first and foremost. But they'll kind of flock together. So they keep those beliefs alive, and that belief will then spread through osmosis out through the rest of the culture that's there. It's not a detriment to the culture at all. It gives a little more spirituality to it, so it actually is a benefit to the culture. Therefore, it has now spread through Rosentia. So, Rosentia is more willing to believe that spirits are real, but obviously that comes down to each individual citizen, right? Oh, you believe in that spirit hokum? That's bullshit. Whereas others are like, no, yeah, I do. Morning, Ropar. We're just doing a random stream today. Completely random. There's no real topic or anything. We're just having conversation with the chat. We're just talking and chitty chatting and just having a good time. Just having a good time. Having a good time. Having a ball. Yeah, so. And that gets to the thing, as it says, Alex, because he's a guardian of nature, because he's a Wolverine, he is willing to put in all the work and effort. Right? What helps, though, and Alex will freely admit this, is that he can actually see and interact with all the spirits. Right? Most people don't see spirits. And it's not a genetic thing. Spirits don't like showing themselves to humanoids. Except for the ghosts and things like that. But remember, ghosts are actually spirits, right? Yeah. So, yeah, most people don't really do that. Victoria is special, one, because Alex is there and he saved her life. But 2, because Vingelik wants to actually, see her and meet her properly. So Alex is going to take her to the ceremony to awaken the lake, basically. Now, this isn't like a thing like because what most people don't know is in the winter fish are still underneath the ice. They're just much deeper in. There's still fish doing things, right? Like dealing with an autistic person, they won't tell you what's wrong. They just explode one day. Yeah, that's fucking true. That's fucking true. But yeah, that's 100% with the spirits. Because again, you can actually the spirits do need to be protected. They can be damaged. They can be harmed. Remember, a spirit can actually be destroyed all the way down to its fragmented state, and it goes back to being a fragment. So for anyone that doesn't know what that is, hold on. Spirit magics, or sorry, figments. And go back to figments. Like figments of your imagination. So you have figments, wisps, tangibles, forces, graders, incarnations, avatars. Technically, there's an eighth one, but the eighth one isn't important because if you get to the eighth state, that's literally the divine being right there, right? That's literally like it's not just a part. It's not just like a representation of him. It is actually the divine being in and of itself, right? And it's at that point you don't need to categorize it. If you're standing in front of Meraxis, like the true Meraxis, you don't need to categorize it. Yeah, they can get destroyed or damaged all the way back. The weakest of all spirits, they are the last vestigial remnants of spiritual energy for wounded spirits, or spirit energy that is spontaneously created from the interaction of the mundane and divine realms. AKA, if you light a fire, right, if you build a campfire and you light it, you are creating figments of heat, figments of light, figments of warmth in the other, in the divine realms. Small little figments. If it goes on long enough, that will eventually morph into things like wisps. They start gaining more mass. They start coming back together. It's why nature spirits exist, right? Excuse me, Mr. Godman, which spirit class are you under? Well, clearly I'm an avatar. At least. Bare minimum. Yeah, and again, no figments have any intelligence whatsoever. They're all completely non-sentient. They just exist. This is actually what Alex is using in the candles. He uses figments. So he could take figments from the other side through ritual, and he made the candles. That's why he has those ever-burning candles that never get smaller in his cabin. And he only has them leading to the bathroom. Because, well, if the big wolf wakes up at night and he's got to take a piss, he's like, I'm not going to stumble through the house. I'm going to know exactly where the fucking way to the bathroom is. I don't give a shit. I'm in a fucking fugue state. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to go get it done. Oh. Ugh. I need to fill this out more, too, by the way. I really do. Because another aspect, too, that I like playing with in my setting is that being the center of attention of greater beings is not a good thing. Your life, you're going to be the embodiment of you live in interesting times. Not pissing via echolocation? No, not at all. Again, he has greater night vision capability because wolves have night vision, right? They have eye shine. But you need some kind of light source for that to be possible, right? And in a cabin, you don't want to have a lot of windows and stuff like that. Because where's all the heat and warmth going to go out? It's going to go out through the fucking windows. So, yeah. Ugh. Certain women might disagree. All PR is good PR. Yeah, I know. Because, again, as William is going to get told, William is genuinely special. Right? Like, and it's a thing where he is...
Who are you, then?
He is clearly... Oh, thank you very much. Frowsy Frog. Thank you. But he is clearly special. He is a chosen one archetype, but I'm trying to do it in a way that's like actually grounded. Like, what does that mean? It doesn't mean you get a free pass. It doesn't mean you get everything handed to you. It means you are on center stage. All eyes are on you. Any fuck ups you do, any stumbling, everything knows about it immediately. And you are not given the easy road, right? Because you are expected to be so much more. You have to be more. So you are given the painful road. You are given the extreme challenges. Again, your life is the embodiment of may you live in interesting times. And that's what Frostfang warns William about in Guardians of Nature. It was just a random stream. We're talking about the books I'm writing and everything. So we'll jump to one book. This book is currently in first draft state. Let's see. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a read through here. This is the end of the book, but it's fine. It's fine. All right. He stood beside Brightbeak, who fluttered their wings and gave a few clicking sounds from his beak, all while the other side began to ripple as if someone dropped a stone in water. From that ripple's center came a head, a massive wolf that seemed to be made of ice and snow itself. It shook its head and the snow cleared off it, but the pure white coat and silver eyes shone like a pair of bonfires in the darkness. Each step it took radiated out, each like a drum beat as it drew nearer. The size of the spirit was immense, and its breathing sent out clouds of smoke. Did spirits need to breathe? Or is this a part of its very being? Oh, let's put very in there. I like that. I like that more. Very being. This was a few months. This took me a few months to write Guardians of Nature. And again, we're in Den of the Arctic Wolf now, which is on page 69. Nice. So again, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, and we're 287 pages here. This is actually going to bloat out more when I put in more descriptors and things like that. I need to get people reading through the whole thing, right? The immense wolf continued its strides forward and then slowly leaned back on its haunches, looking between Brightbeak and William. The latter was about to speak, but it was Brightbeak that interjected first, though there was a sense of apprehension about the bird. I greet you warmly. Brightbeak. Gah! Gah! I gotta get into it. Gah! I greet you warmly, Frostfang. Take it he is still on the way? William looked over confused and then let his gaze go back to the massive wolf. He is. I wish to see the wolf that would try and contract with him for myself. The voice was as cold as the name had implied, each word like a shiver running up his spine and across the back of his neck. After all, he is precious to me, and I would speak on his behalf in turn. Silly wolf, you've ever been a loyal guardian and fierce fighter. May you judge Strithelfer worthy. Brightbeak was onto something, but he did not lend voice to it. My apologies for speaking up, but I have been kept in the dark as to who I am meeting with. Might I request such knowledge? William needed to speak up and present himself properly. Such an act made the white wolf tilt their head and regard him carefully. Ah, a game for you as well, Brightbeak. Has your mistress asked it to be so? Brightbeak got a bit flustered and ruffled his feathers while rapidly shaking his head, even giving a soft huff for emphasis, which made the white wolf chuckle. I see. Well, I don't mind games myself. You shall be meeting with a spirit very dear to me. He is another side of who I am. I am the cold bite of the winter made manifest, and he is the wisdom of those that thrive within. I see. So I am to give service to a winter spirit? Not necessarily. You may choose if you present the head as payment or not. Nor should you consider that winter be a staple. It is merely how we are represented. In truth, you will be contracting, should you choose, with both myself and my twin. You represent the cold and cruel reality. He represents the capability to persevere in the face of it. Frostfang smirked, the smile drawing back across his muzzle before he nodded his head. As a matter of speaking, yes. Your name means War Howler, and rumor has it you are looked upon with intense favor by Mani, even given your name by Meraxus himself. Thus I will be a taskmaster pushing you onwards and testing you, while my brother will be the one to mentor you and help shape your drive into purpose. I would hear you speak now. William nodded his head and then lifted up the still intact head of Lorcan Thetis, looking into his eyes and giving a grumble. War is coming. It's an inevitability. I would see that the Wolverine and all other shifters go the way of the dragons and be recognized as an inescapable part of the world, not something that can be wiped away. We cannot hide forever, and we will face against that cruel fact sooner rather than later, I fear. I believe as part of that, Rosentia will be the one most willing to accept the existence of our kind readily, for it has always been a place of freedom. Yet I am no fool. It will not do so if ruled by fear, and if we do everything we can to undermine it to win the coming war. So I shall work to strengthen it, to fix it, to prepare it for the world that is now upon us. I have heard we are the guardians of nature, the spirits in the natural order, and to further that end I will work to make Rosentia the bastion for such. Incredible. Such lofty goals and ideals. You will be met with failure and hardship time and time again. You will suffer and be brought low. I am aware, but I have endured much already. Let the years of my life spent before be the preamble of the story I will carve into the world by my own hands. As he spoke, Frostfang smiled and then gave a nod of his head before turning it and looking back. There beside him, quiet as a whisper, came another wolf, nigh identical to the first and just as big, but whose face was softer and whose eyes betrayed the intelligence deep within. It seems Mani was correct. He is very interesting, wouldn't you say, brother? Indeed it is so. Well then, I believe the farce should end. The two wolves then turned to face each other, and it was as if they folded together like a piece of paper into an even more enormous wolf that kept the same visage. Gah! Still bothers me when you do that. Not natural. It is my innate talent. The snows, cold and ice can play havoc on one's sight and senses, leading one to believe things that aren't really there. Now tell me, little wolf, who stands beneath Mani's light and within Merax's thoughts, would you contract with the Wolf of Winter in all its harshness and trials? Forgive me, but are you two spirits at the same time? No, that is the deception. Like shadows in the fields of a snowstorm, I have the ability to cast such deception when I wish it, and move both parts as I will it. Now tell me, little wolf, do you accept the trials and tribulations I shall put you through, and the boons and succor I shall offer as recompense? Perhaps I would. But will you be an aid to my goals or seek your own? The massive wolf smiled and leaned down, letting his head get near William's own. I can swear before all those gathered here, amongst your line and in the presence of another greater spirit, that I offer my patronage to your cause. You will work with... You will work with and for me. Your deeds and standing will elevate my own through your actions, and I in turn shall assist you and provide boons and benefit to your cause, and in the seeking of completing your own goals. I shall never work against your goals, nor deny you the seeking of them yourself. Does this seem amenable to you? William closed his eyes in thought for a time, before he then slowly offered the head of Commander Lorcan Thetis. Then by such compact I accept, and offer as payment the head of a smiler, one that was tempted and fell to those temptations. Frostfang stepped forward and then opened his mouth, and took the head into his jaws before he began to chew on it, crunching down with audible cracks and snaps. William himself swore he could hear the screams of Lorcan within them. Then I, Frostfang, the Wolf of Winter made manifest, accept your payment and offer my guidance, patronage, and assistance. I already have a task for you, a simple one, but the way all tribes begin. William waited as the wolf leaned back on its haunches again. Gather fellows that share your ideals and vision. Begin the foundation from which our tribe will flourish and remain steady, even in the harshest of storms. It shall be done. And that's, yeah. Oh, you know what? I'll go into Meraxes and Severus's part. Right? I'll go into Meraxes and Severus's part. Because I like this one. I like it. Because again, it's part of all of this. William is a key component in Meraxes' grand plan. He's a very key component. There are 5 key components. One of them has already been completed by the time William gets here. William is another part of it. But there are still 3 parts to go. Off in an unknown place, settled at the edge of a long pier set against the rising sun of a new day. A board was set out between 2 players, each attempting to best the other in a game of wits and strategy. On the one side sat a draconic being, 4 horns atop his head and a crown made of the night sky between them. His black scales highlighted him easily against the warm colors of the rising sun and waves pushing against the pier. Red underscales and highlights along the ridges of his horns gave accent to his blue eyes flickering like fire from his awakened capabilities. Those eyes now traced the board in search of a winning move. Across from this dragon sat another, with 6 horns on his head, a purple hue shimmering as a pearlescent on black scales that flickered with the light of stars themselves. Yet his eyes were the most dazzling thing, as they looked to swirl and move as if each were a galaxy in and of itself. I have been thinking on your situation, little Meraxes. You know well that I could wipe everything clean and thoroughly. There would never need be the shifting hells of Averall again. I thank you for such an offer, Severus, but I must decline, as I am sure you knew I would. The dragon opposite him tilted their head and narrowed their eyes, the wisdom of infinity in them as they looked intently at Meraxes. I do not understand why you do not accept, though I did expect it. Storyteller and Corsoth say that you would be dismayed and heartbroken if I did. They are both very wise and speak the truth. I know you do not yet understand, but someday I'm sure you will come to understand in the same way Storyteller did. Meraxes kept looking at the board and shifted a piece. This game of chess had been decided on millennia ago as the Drakgrad Var Dracorin, the dragon god of dragons, challenged the supreme being, the dragon god of the void. To this end, they had played over 2 trillion games of it, much to Severus's curiosity. It is a strange notion to be the start point of everything, and yet experience so very little of it. Severus moved his piece and looked over to Meraxes to continue. I imagine it is. That's why I have patience for you, and tolerate your acts of destruction as one would a child attempting to understand the world they are in. Bold proclamations from you, little Meraxes, given you exist only because of myself. More and more pieces were moved as the 2 of them continued the game. Saren has failed. You do not seem bothered. Failing is a part of the natural order. If you were to always be correct, existence itself would become dull. Sometimes the most valuable lesson and capability to gain further learning and wisdom is to fail through great effort is to fail, though great effort was exerted to avoid it. Maraxus then smiled a little and moved his piece before looking up with a wide smirk. Checkmate. I win. Severus tilted his head and looked at the board before nodding his head in agreement. I concur. You have indeed. Shall we reset the board and have another game? Maraxus stood from the seat and shook his head as the smile remained on his face firmly. No, I just needed to win but a single time. The game was always yours to lose. It contrasts the own I now play against the shifting hells. Like myself in this, they just need to win a single time and everything comes crashing down. But I will ever stand in vigil against them, and one day I will cast off the chain that binds me. A strange notion, but I suppose I will understand you one day. For now I shall get back to my observations. I bid you well, Severus. I'll remain here for a time and enjoy the sunrise. There's much work for my little guardians of nature to do now. Severus gave a bow of his head and then turned, walking back down the pier while Maraxus looked out over the waves, the water, and cradled his hands behind his back, while the pseudo-hand of his right wing rubbed along his muzzle. Much work indeed. There you go. That's the ending of the book. Again, we had the climax, and then you need to have where things steady out, right? Where things relax. Yep, roll credits. And again, Guardians of Nature is what sets up all the other books for this era, right? Because I have books in different eras. Stuff like the White Tower Chronicles is the Rise of Cordysoth. So all the books in that era are around Cordysoth's rise to divinity. Then you have His Majesty the Dragon, which is the rise of Maraxus. So all the books in that era are, all the books around that are set in that era. Then we get to Guardians of Nature, which is the current one we're working on, and all the books in that are set around that era. And then later there'll be a system of their own, which takes place long after Guardians of Nature. Yeah. I do. I try to, write something at least each day, right? That's why I've been working on Den of the Arctic Wolf and Beneath the Canopy and Grey Wolf at the same time. I've started tinkering on how I best want to open up House of Desires. So, yeah, that's going to get into the whole thing itself. Please tell me I was smart enough to pin it. Please tell me I was smart enough to pin it. I, in fact, did not. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Scroll it up. Scrolling on up. Scrolling on up. Alright, here we go. Pinning it. So, the books we have planned right now. Again, I'm already working on Arctic Wolf. Den of the Arctic Wolf. I'm already working on Grey Wolf a little bit. Not much yet. I've started Grey Wolf. We've got Beneath the Canopy started. We're working through Chapter 1 already. I've got House of Desires. I've got the foundation laid out for that. And I have one of the big fights for that laid out already. And we have the ones we haven't started yet is Sentinels in the Stands and Seekers of Redemption. Any life hack to avoid burnout? That's what I do. To avoid burnout, I have multiple different books I work on. Right? And I will trade between them, essentially, when I feel like, I don't know where to go with this yet. So then, there are parts where I get stuck. Because remember, Den of the Arctic Wolf is actually a romance novel. But I'm hoping it's going to be one it's not going to be dark romantasy, right? Because dark romantasy gives me the fucking chills. Not in the good way either, because it's usually slop. It's usually slop that's just there for the titillation factor, the porn, and it's in it. And so I very much don't like dark romantasy stuff. Yeah, I want this. Alex and Victoria are having an actual relationship, right? It's an actual relationship, not one on power structures and domination and things like that. Like, again, he is a werewolf, but he has the traits that wolves have, where they have one mate for their entire lives, right? Now, Wolverine have a little bit of an out there in the fact that Wolverine lives so long, but that's where we get with Jonathan Olfither, where he explains he had a wife, and he indulged in his lust with his wife constantly, right? That's where he let his lust like come out. His sin is lust. But he focused it all in her, and then she died from just natural causes. Again, she can't live to be... He's 202 years old. She can't live that long. But he hasn't had another wife since her, right? He hasn't taken another mate, because he doesn't want to disrespect her memory until Esmeralda Davari comes along, and he's fallen in love with her. Exactly. It's not a hear me out white woman novel. Yeah. Again, he is strong. He is a werewolf and everything like that, but he's not just going to grape her or anything like that, right? It is a mutual relationship where they're both going to fight. They're both going to get on each other's nerves, but that's part of relationships. It happens, right? So, like, a fight that's coming up, and it's here in these next couple chapters, is Alex is going to go and try to kill a couple poachers. Now, Victoria comes from because she's tried to get away from the blood and tears that her family caused, right? Because her family, the Vink family, is an organized crime syndicate. So, Alex, as a Wolverine, he is a guardian of nature. So poachers are a big, like, fuck poachers, right? But what is going to happen is Victoria's going to give him a different perspective on the poachers that he didn't want to think about. But now he's not going to be able not to, because he's a Yalderskald, so he can remember that. He can remember the conversation clearly. But Victoria points out that those poachers, that's somebody's brother or husband or son. You need to remember that, like, they aren't inherently meaningless. What they're doing is terrible, but you could take them into custody. You could bring them to justice, right? That she's much more in line of she doesn't want him to kill. Whereas his counter is like, your viewpoint is naive. There are just some people out there that you can't be dealt with, and my job is to protect nature, right? What would you have me do in this situation? Do you want me to sneak up on them and hold them at gunpoint? If they see me as my werewolf form, like, holy shit. You missed the part where Setch was making a smut novel for his female audience. Rude and incorrect. Don't such as lies and slander. Yeah, his whole thing is like, how do you want me to bring these people down? Do you want me to confront them and just tell them, hey, you're doing a bad thing, and let them shoot me? Do you want me to shoot them? Like, do you want me to hold them at gunpoint? If they see my wolf form, they have to die. Like, there's nothing for it. They have to. Oh. So his is more in the pragmatism of the matter, like, how do you want me to actually handle these poachers? because I can't leave them here. I can't call into town and be like, hey, get the entire sheriff's department out here. You know, it'll take you guys an hour to get here. Hopefully in that time they don't kill any of the animals or anything. So his whole thing is the pragmatism of it. Like, I need you to think through the logic of this situation. How do you want me to actually handle this? What would be your suggestion? And so that's her worldview now being challenged, right? And again, that's what a relationship should do. You should be able to have these kind of honest conversations with each other. Granted, it's skewed with the fact that, again, he's a werewolf, right? But he now has to take the perspective of, she is right. And I laid the groundwork for that at the start, remember? Where the first two poachers that die at the very beginning, the one poacher who's like in a panic trying to flee with a busted open leg, like literally bleeding out as he's dragging himself through the snow, he went out there with his best friend in the whole world. They did everything together. They were inseparable compatriots in all things. And now he feels terrible because he abandoned his best friend to that monster. But there was nothing he could do. They tried shooting it. They tried everything they could to stop the creature. But nothing happened. Nothing fazed it. It like laughed at the fact that they were shooting it. So, again, I'm laying the groundwork for this whole thing. The morality thing is like, yeah, these are real people. They have their own emotions and things like that. That doesn't mean they're correct. That doesn't mean you sympathize with them. That's the issue. Right? Like, again, you might have let's go with the most extreme example, right? Most extreme example. A kitty diddler, right? Sure, they have a family that likely cared for them and loved them. They're somebody's like sister or daughter, maybe brother, son. Like, sure. But they chose this. They brought this on themselves. It doesn't matter. Like, Victoria's viewpoint is naive because she wants the inherent, like, oh, but we can all, like, hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Because she's rebelling directly against the cruelty that her family inflicted, right? So that's the thing I want, is I don't want Victoria to come off as, like, oh, she's one of those super stupid and ditzy female leads, right? I want her to be understandable where her viewpoint comes from. Why she has adopted this naive viewpoint. Because her family is genuinely evil. Her family is wicked. Her family is a criminal organization and syndicate. And just as she fled from them and she stole their money in fleeing to make it hurt more, she needs to understand that they chose this. Her family chose to be the way they are. You have to extend that logic to these other criminals, to these other, like, people and everything. They chose their actions. They chose to do that. Nobody forced them to do it. Right? And if they did, that gets into a whole different thing. Like, you know, if they strap C4 to you and they tell you, you must go shoot that guy or else you're going to die, that's a little more understandable as a, like, I know I'm literally being forced to do this. Like, you don't understand. I am actually being forced to do this. But again, that's what I want. I want her to come off as her viewpoint is naive, but it's not stupid that she has it, right? It's not the comical Cinderella Disney, like, all life is sacred forever and ever. Because I'm very much a proponent in believing that at some point, Batman is culpable for the actions of the Joker, right? Like, at some point, like, I understand. You beat him up and you arrest him the first time, and they throw him in Arkham. He escapes once. Okay, you know, That's unexpected. We'll take this as a viewpoint. Like, Joker escapes. Okay, unexpected. He kills people. You beat him up, you bring him back. They throw him back in. He escapes again. Okay, twice could be a fluke. We'll stop him again. Joker kills more people. You throw him back in Arkham. He escapes a third time. I'm sorry, you don't get a fourth time. Like, there's understandable, like, you want the justice system to work correctly. But in the Batman universe, the justice system is so obviously not working correctly. So at that point is when I would argue that Batman is now culpable for the crimes because he's not taking it into his own hands. Now, am I saying that therefore the justice system is good? No, because clearly they're pushing off the dirty work onto a third party. They want to wash their hands of it and like pretend like, oh, well, we didn't kill Joker. But you should have. You should have. Now you forced him to do it. Right? Because again, that's the whole thing. I don't believe in this whole thing like the Batman should never kill. It's like, I'm sorry. The Joker is somebody that needs to go away. Yes, they are crazy. They are an insane person. But they kill so many other people. You don't get to take the high road when your high road is paved in the bodies of his victims. Yeah. Like I said, I am totally on Batman's side to arrest him and get him thrown in the loony bin until he escapes constantly. Right? And now I'm no longer on your side. You've tried the actual option. Nobody can argue that Batman is not a crusader of justice. You tried. You did the right thing every time. But now it has been forced on you to make the hard call. You have to get rid of Joker. Right? You have to get rid of him. Yep. And that's the thing. That's what could make as Eldritch Dragoon talks about. Imagine, like, that makes Ra's al Ghul more interesting. Like, even more interesting. So, again, Alex is also, again, I don't want Alex to come off as like he's just a blood-crazed killer, right? Because Alex, even though he's a werewolf, he isn't a monster, right? The Wolverine are not, like, terrible beasts. They aren't, like, a curse-afflicted thing. They aren't the monsters in the night. They were created for the specific purpose of defending the world's natural resources, defending nature, the spirits of the natural order. Like, it's not saying you can't have any of it, but you need to treat it with respect. The Wolverine and other shifters are basically nature's wrath made manifest, given agency. That is the thing. And also why the shifters don't like vampires. Why vampires have to be very fucking careful. Because if a shifter finds a vampire, they are priority kill number one. Shifters will go out of their way to destroy vampires. The exception, and it's explained thoroughly in Seekers of Redemption, is the Church of the Redemptions. Because they are actively trying to make amends and pay penance for the sin that they committed by violating the natural order of things. So the Church of the Redemptions gets a pass, but not a pass of just like, oh, you're with that church, okay, we'll leave you be. No, it's you're with that church. We're watching you. We know who you are. We have your scent. We will watch you. We will follow you. We will judge you. Stay in your fucking lane. Yeah. Mm. No. Again, it's that whole thing of, yeah, we're watching you, scum. And again, the fact is, the only reason the shifters even allow this to happen is because Cortisoth has decreed that there is actually a road to redemption, right? Like, there is an actual road to redemption. Cortisoth has already told the shifters that no, there is a genuine path to redeem themselves from their trespass against the natural order. So, if they actually seek out redemption, they can find it. It is a long road, and it is a tough road, because Cortisoth is very much on the side of severe punishment, right? Again, his curse in and of itself, like I said, if somebody did as we talked about earlier in the stream, if somebody did the immortality ritual, they did the spell to gain immortality, like, Cortisoth could just snap his fingers and immediately, like, vaporize them. They're just gone. But he doesn't want that. He wants them to suffer for their trespass, right? For their transgressions against the natural order. He wants them to suffer. It's the same thing as he tells Meraxus. All right, we're going to another book. This book is 500 pages in. Technically 400 pages now. But I'll explain that because I cut out some of it for another book for the sequel. Yeah. His Majesty the Dragon. Which, as you can see, is taking a long time to load because it's loading a lot of pages. Maybe? Alright. And this is also like Cortisoth and Meraxus' dynamics, right? Alright, we're in the chapter Harden Your Heart. Okay. And this is I fucked up. I fucked up, chat. All right. All right. Harden your heart. Oh, I don't do that. There's no way. I'd have way too many documents. As you could see. Let me get myself out of the way. I would have way too many documents. Way too many documents. Yeah, and then, again, Mishima, his ultimate fate would be to just be destroyed. He wouldn't join the Divine Realms or anything like that. He has no future. That's what the Curse of Cortisoth is about. When a vampire dies, then the Curse of Cortisoth kicks in. Their soul immediately goes into the jaws of Cortisoth himself. Which is not a good end, by the way. Very much not a good end. But yeah. So, here we go. Meraxus lay gasping on the bed, yet his body did not react or move. His eyes instead darted around the room as it slowly dissolved, and a loud hammering of a forge radiated throughout the darkened space. He tried to speak, but instead desperately inhaled to try and gain air into his lungs, his body barely managing to writhe in place on the bed. Out of the darkness, a figure began to loom over him, the hammering of the forge steadily changing to match the king's heart rate, rapid and quick before eventually slowing and becoming steady, which signified his breathing becoming more stable and his movements less frantic. "You naive fool." The voice was familiar to him, but took on a far deeper resonance and seemed to reverberate within. Okay. The thing jumped down a bit, so I got lost for a second. I was like, what? Didn't expect that. And seemed to reverberate within the darkened space. "What is your life worth compared to those 5 corpses, hmm?" Meraxus focused all his energy and managed to turn his head towards the figure. It was decidedly not like the Cortisoth he knew, and instead looked far more menacing, with blazing purple eyes and more jagged horns. This is Cortisoth when he actually has the curse of the Wolverine flowing through his veins. I'll just say that because it's made more clear in other areas. This is when Cortisoth's wrath, when his temper flares, the curse takes hold of him, and he showcases more of the traits that he became a genuine monster of legends with. I didn't want to lose anyone. Is your life and desire so meaningless to you? What would have happened, little Meraxus, if you were now dead instead of slipping into a coma? So he had damaged himself as badly as he feared, and now was helpless, especially to his kingdom. I didn't... Would you rather have traded your life for 5 small ones? Did you not know that you were giving each of them slivers of your own life force? You are ageless, not immortal. In the game, that is exactly the problem, you fool. Lost Frontiers was a game, and as such I had to make certain accommodations, certain quality of life features to ensure a sizable enough sample could be collected. Meraxus knew that, deep down. Yet he wanted to prove himself in this moment, and more than that, he didn't want to let his subjects down. Yet he had to admit that Cortisoth was correct in his assessment of the situation. You are exceptionally lucky. I realized what you were trying and helped set a rhythm for you. After the first one, you should have listened to Dagrix and just stopped. If you had died, your kingdom and people would not be able to stand against what is coming. Not only that, but trying to do such extreme spells when you don't even fully understand magic is the height of hubris. Meraxus still didn't speak, though he was formulating some questions to ask as he let Cortisoth vent his frustrations and criticisms towards him. You won't win every time, little Meraxus. You are against many gods in this world, and I can only assist you to a small extent. Was it arrogance that made you try and show off in front of the other Jacoran? I didn't want to let my subjects down. Ah, compassion. Companion of stupidity in many of life's morbid children's tales and fables. Cortisoth raised his hand to his face and lightly covered his eyes, while he thought to himself. He then had a moment of realization and looked at his hand more closely and growled angrily, quickly shaking his hand and then grabbing at his head and pressing his hands together as if to crush his own skull. I dreamed a dream. I looked into the sky. He struggled a few times but began to steady his breathing as he started changing back to what Meraxus had seen him as before. He then glared at Meraxus and gave a furrow of his brow. I am glad I noticed my wrathful side was taking hold. Would have been tragic to have slain you by my hand when I went through the effort to reprimand you. So are you willing to have a conversation? Meraxus stared directly at Cortisoth, who in turn glared at him before he let out a hearty laugh. Ah, it seems you already understand what you did wrong, correct? I know I made a mistake. I just wanted to explain why I made that mistake. Don't let compassion rule you. Not everyone can be saved, and it is hubris to even try. You are a dragon now. You are ageless, and will have to see the vast majority of your subjects die, be it sickness, war, or just the march of time. I know. I just didn't want to feel that so soon. Harden your heart, Meraxus. You will drive yourself insane if you let the pain of loss from everyone well up inside of you. I understand. I really do. But I did not have the luxury of years and years of preparing for this role. Cortisoth let out a sigh and then nodded his head as he leaned against one of the bedposts. This is fair. I just want to ease your burden now before it is too late. I appreciate that, though I do have some other questions and observations if you wish to indulge me. The god did not answer, and instead nodded his head towards the bedridden Dragon King. The spinning top clued me into something. Hang on a second, wait a minute. How deep am I going here? Hold on, how deep am I going? Hold that thought right there. Because that's going to give away some pretty big things too. Hold on. How deep are we going? Okay. No, it's fine. We can give it away. It's not far. The spinning top clued me into something. Is there a ninth magic type? Cortisoth smiled and nodded his head. All 8 magics revolve around it then. All 8 magics revolve around it then. Or more accurately, are connected to it. I also had to think and realize that I don't recall any non-dragon using contradictory magics. The smile grew wider on the dragon god's face as he waited for Meraxes to continue his reasoning. So, this ninth magic is something only dragons can use. Is it inherent to dragons? Correct. The ninth, as you call it is indeed dragon magics. You've even experienced them yourself without realizing, both in utilizing contradictory magics and in shaping other magics, such as your bird song being a little dragon instead of typical birds. There are more magics, aren't there? Hence why the spinning top was important. That smile remained plastered on the dragon god's face before he spoke. There are. Dragons are the central spire of magic, and the spinning top was your choice because there is magic above and magic below. This is divine magic and demonic magic, isn't it? What makes you believe that? As I said, the spinning top. Yet also that dragons can directly hurt and kill gods. That is why they're so terrified. So we could touch and by extension use their magics. A bit of a stretch from being able to kill to being able to use. But I will say you are mostly correct. Dragons are the catalyst of all magics. Gods, while having their own innate abilities, still rely heavily on a form of magic. Think of it as if you were someone that could snap your fingers and a flame could appear on your thumb. Interesting, sure. But is it more convenient than just having a lighter, or in case of a light source, a flashlight? The gods can use abilities that are innate to their godhood, but they are more difficult and less efficient than just using divine magics would be. I see. And again, we have innate abilities for the Wolverine as well. There are things only Wolverine can do, and William will highlight that, as well as we talked about it with the jaws of Sidoris. I see. So, it's that they have become complacent and wanted to use it. Correct. Meraxes tried to raise his hand to rub at his snout, but couldn't, and instead shifted a little in the bed. So is there no way to use resurrection without giving your life force? There is none. Yet I am a dragon, and as you said, ageless, so I have an infinite life force. You do not. You, in fact, almost used your entire life force in one go. Time will not slay you, but damage will. There are only 2 immortals I am aware of, and that would be myself and the Supreme Being. That would certainly be a benefit. Cortisoth's facial expression immediately turned dour as he furrowed his brow and glared at the Dragon King. Oh, you think so? Let me tell you a little tale of someone else who thought much the same. Meraxes tried his best to lean away from Cortisoth and the growing irritation that was more obvious as time went on. There once was a Hagen, human man. He boasted about how immortality was the greatest of all abilities. So I offered to give him immortality for a week, and he agreed. I tied my life force to him. Yet what he was not aware of was that I set into motion obstacles for him, by guiding different pieces to different places. The first was a boisterous upstart nobleman, who was quick to anger and even quicker to draw his sword. The man taunted and poked fun at this nobleman. It became a surprise when his head came clean from his body and rolled down the side of an embankment. Meraxus listened carefully to the story, but he was rapidly putting together the problems. His thunderous, thick head rolled to a stop near a nest of insects. These wasted little time in gathering around, peeling his flesh and laying eggs in any cradle they could find, all while the man was still aware and could feel everything. He regrew his body, naked and half dragged into the nest itself. Blech. He was digging out parts of his skin to feel clean for the rest of the day. Yet in his haste, the smell of blood attracted wild animals. He was ripped apart, guts hanging out as he managed to limp his way to a safe spot. He had just barely avoided the fate of being aware while you are digested, unable to die. The Dragon King tensed up as Cortisoth's voice got more agitated, and his grip on the bed frame tightened enough to actually give an audible cracking sound. Lucky little shit. Yet he wasn't so lucky when the village mistook him for a monster and eventually burned him at the stake, every second unable to black out or die as the very fat in his body started to act as fuel for the flames. When he crawled out of the ash on the dawn of the second day, he realized the height of his hubris. He begged me for release, to break the contract and allow him to die, all the arrogance completely subsumed by desperation. But I was not satisfied he had learned his lesson. He hadn't learned the true horror of what being immortal truly is. Being digested while aware, being sealed into a wall or floor. He ran from the village and spent the next day refusing to eat and climbed atop a large rock, atop a steep cliff where he prayed fervently for forgiveness. My wrath had subsided enough, and thus I came to him. I lifted the link between us. He then started to laugh maniacally, thanking me before he dove off the rock headfirst to his death. I understand, Cortisoth. You don't need to chastise me. I didn't think beyond the immediate benefit, especially when it came to resurrection. He could see that the dragon god was starting to calm down and let out a long sigh, one that he could feel carried a heavy weight. It was shown to me from such an encounter that asking for immortality is what draws my wrath to the surface, much like people asking the Supreme One for all knowledge. At any rate, you are already suffering the consequences of your bleeding heart. What do you mean? Something besides the coma? Your kingdom is about to come under crisis. The other kingdoms are on the move, and your people will not have their king to aid them. What? I need to wake up now. That isn't for me or yourself to decide. Your coma will end whenever your body and mind realize it should. Maybe an hour, a day, a month, a year. Meraxus tried his hardest to stand up from the bed, unable to do more than shift his head a little, as he realized his body here represented the same as his body in Dragon's Reach. No. Don't even start. You can't bargain your way out of this. Consequences of your actions. You must trust in your people for now. You're already ahead of the curve when it comes to ascending. Your people genuinely care, and some even worship you already. Meraxus did his best to relax at those words. He knew Dagrix and the others were strong and competent, yet he still had the fear of failing his people. Technically he had. In pursuing his heart, he was now unable to aid them in their hour of need. There you go. That is a part of it, and a part about immortality. Again, like, immortality actually sucks really badly. Cortisoth gained immortality purely not through his own efforts, by the way. Cortisoth's immortality came because of unexpected consequences. And that's the whole thing in all of my writings. Unexpected problems will happen. You can have the greatest of intentions, and that doesn't matter. Things will still go wrong. It happens. You have to deal with those consequences. You have to deal with what your actions have led to. And that's what Meraxus' entire story arc is about, right? Oh no, Cordysoth can absolutely tell you. You do not get used to it. Again, he gave those examples about being digested and being sealed into a floor or wall for a reason. Like, there was a plot in oh no. House Drake. Oh my god. There's a plot in House Drake where he gets betrayed, right? The the one son has always thought of Cordysoth as like the specter that haunts House Drake. He's always there in the backgrounds, right? In a lot of there's a lot of paintings of Cordysoth, the advisor to the king of House Drake. There's always like pictures of him there. He decides of his own volition that Cordysoth is the threat, right? That Cordysoth is the actual power behind the throne, even though Cordysoth isn't. He's genuinely there as a guide, and it's because he's keeping to a promise he made. But again, once you assume a conspiracy is there, especially if you're a king, you're likely going to carry through that this conspiracy is real, right? Because you're not crazy, right? So the new king he has Cordysoth attacked, complete like blindside, because Cordysoth wasn't expecting it, and they seal him in a wall. Okay? They actually seal him up inside of a wall. And it's very, like, It takes him a long time, but he gets out of that wall. Well, again, he didn't realize this was going to happen. They didn't just show him, oh, here's this nice little wall alcove we have, and then shove him in. No. They literally, like, attacked him, stabbed him in the back repeatedly, and, like, cut his head off, and then put his body in the wall as a way to, like, how dare you be the Spectre over? Because they assumed he was just a normal Drakine. They had no concept that he was immortal. But yeah, he gets out of the wall, and he is very not happy. He eventually takes the king, because once he knows there's shit going on, right? Like, once he knows that shit's going down, obviously his defenses are up and everything. He's using his magical might to all of its capabilities. He literally he grabs the king by the throat, right? Carries him through the audience chamber, up the staircase, past the king's solar, to the top of the clock tower. And he defenestrates the king, just right through one of the panes of the clock tower. And basically tells him, like, you thought yourself so high and mighty. Well, from the heights of hubris comes the fall. And then he throws him through the clock tower window, right? Yeah, don't fuck with Cordysoth. Again, he used that entire time while he was carrying him, basically, so that the king could realize the fate that was about to befall him. You know, Cordysoth is very much not somebody that believes in a quick punishment. He is very much somebody who wants you to know exactly what your fuck up was and how you are going to pay for it. But again, that's his whole thing. And part of this is that Cordysoth is not always right. You know? And that's where Meraxes comes in. Cordysoth was shocked that Meraxes is able to ascend as quickly as he does. He also is a bit annoyed that Meraxes is technically above him in ranking. Because Cordysoth is the dragon god of creation. Right? Yeah, but no, Cordysoth doesn't think that way. Again, it's his mentality. His mentality is different. Meraxes is much more like I'm just going to make you a corpse. right? If Meraxus wants to kill somebody, he's much more the efficient, pragmatic, like just. That's why if a smiler of wrath actually forms, he just snaps his fingers and like literally vaporizes them out of existence. He is far more about the pragmatic, quick solution. Like, why waste your time and efforts on it? It's where Cordysoth and Meraxus don't like align, so there's friction there. But yeah, Meraxus is far more the pragmatist. But yeah, so Cordysoth is the dragon god of creation. And Meraxus is the dragon god of dragons. That puts him above Cordysoth. And Cordysoth, not a fan of that at first, but he has to begrudgingly admit, because Severus chooses Meraxus as one of his aspects, he has to begrudgingly admit that Meraxus is actually worthy of the position. Right? But it's that kind of like, I fucking hate this, but he made a good call. Damn it. hate it, but he's correct. Damn it. No. Before he becomes an aspect, though, he's already the dragon god of dragons. But Cordysoth has to admit, he's like, Meraxus is genuinely exceptionally intelligent. Cordysoth has already stated before that he is always impressed and he genuinely enjoys watching Meraxus work. Because Meraxus is actually incredibly fucking intelligent. Right? Later on, Severus will actually just say, you're an aspect of me. Right? Later on, Severus does take Meraxus. After Meraxus is fully ascended, like, Meraxus already gains godhood. And he gets it halfway through the book, right? And I know people be like, well, he got godhood really quickly. It's like, the point isn't him getting godhood. The point is that once he has godhood, it's not all sunshine and roses. The real work begins. The real work begins. Being a god ain't fucking easy. His advantage that he has, though, is not just his intelligence, but he understands intimately what the little people think, right? He understands. That's why he comes up with the trifecta, the three things: the weak, the wicked, the strong. Because he understands the little people more so than any other god does. Because they were always gods. They didn't become gods later. They were always one. So they don't have that same understanding. They have the same problem that Severus has. Severus always was the beginning of all existence. Always. There was nothing else beside himself. So he can't grasp those concepts, right? Ah, YouTube is throwing Nick Fuentes jump scares at me. Oh no, Fed Boy Fuentes. Don't let him pull out the cum hunter glasses. Yeah. Yeah, so, Meraxus is actually Severus's divine right to rule. Because, nothing is stronger than Severus. Severus is the top. It doesn't mean he's all powerful, but he's the top of the pyramid, right? Severus is the top. So he, by rights, he deserves to rule. He also represents Severus's innate intelligence. So he is the thinking behind Severus. Which is why Meraxus and Severus have so many interactions with each other. Cordysoth doesn't interact with Severus near as much as Meraxus does. Yeah. Well, that'll happen to you. That'll happen to you, Prosecutor Valentine. That'll happen. Anyways, we've gotten way in the weeds now. Yeah, so, essentially, Cordyceps, very, very angry, doesn't want anybody to go for immortality because they're, like, trying to escape the natural order of things. Hence why Cordyceps' curse exists. But, again, he didn't expect that the people inflicted with the curse, like, he has one of those moments where he's like, okay, that's on me. They had to be an intelligent, like, clever wizard or witch to even cast the spell to try to gain immortality, to even understand its intricacies and everything. They had to be clever and intelligent to begin with. That's on me for not realizing that they would work tirelessly to find little loopholes. And they did. They found little loopholes. What's real funny, again, bit of a spoiler, but when Cordyceps rises, when he fully rises to take divinity, and then immediately, like, he doesn't even stop at just gaining godhood, he immediately pierces through to the multiverse. Cordyceps, as he's rising, looks back and he destroys the planet he came from. Right? He basically raptures all the people, all of his followers that believed in him. He takes them away from the pain, and he just destroys the planet. But he's doing it to rebuild it. He's resetting the board, basically. Because this is the way Cordyceps thinks. So he's resetting the boards and forging something new, something different, something that will be more tangible. That's why the Sakara tabletop setting actually takes place in what's known as the Second Era. Like, in a meta sense, right? Because you're at the first Sakara was already all the way up towards kind of cyberpunky, right? They were getting into, like, really intricate technologies and things like that. When Cordyceps rises and destroys it. He then crunches it down, like, brings a bunch of different asteroids into it, and, like, molds it and reshapes the planet. Yeah. And he lets it go for tens of thousands of years to let it cool and reform and rebuild the oceans and things like that. And what I have at the very, very end of the White Tower Chronicles books is Cordyceps comes down to see the primordial dragons, because the dragons are always the first species that arises on these worlds, because that's Severus's will and mandate. So the dragons are always first, if they do exist. I guess I should put a caveat there. If they do exist, Severus can actually say that this universe doesn't get magic, and he won't create dragons in it. Okay? Dragons are what causes and allows magic to exist. So he will have what are known as the primordials will form on a world, and that will allow that world to use magics. Cordyceps goes down to meet with the primordials, to meet and greet, and he sees a bunch of the primordials looking up, and they're being tutored by someone. And Cordyceps immediately, like, snaps, and he's like, "What are you doing here?" And the dragon that is tutoring them turns and smiles, and it's fucking Meraxis. Like, surprise! Because His Majesty the Dragon doesn't take place 10,000 years after Sakara gets destroyed. Right? It takes place only a couple thousand years after. So while Sakara is still being reformed, So I have that as like a funny little thing too, of like when the very end of the White Tower Chronicles books is Cordysoth comes down and sees the primordials already being tutored, and he goes to investigate who's doing it, and he sees it's fucking Meraxus standing there, tutoring them. I didn't even know you knew where my universe was. Fucking no, Meraxus, damn it. Supplies. Vampires can't reach ascension. So, as Mishmas asked, so what would happen in the event a vampire managed to reach ascension, since they are cursed and all that, since the gods can't interfere with ascension? No, they can. Gods can interfere with ascension. The gods try to stop Cordysoth's ascension, and they can't. They fail. But no, gods can interfere and directly try to hinder or help something ascend. Yeah, you don't... vampires cannot, because their soul is already, like, slated for destruction. They cannot ascend. Cordysoth, however, if you redeem yourself, he will take your soul out of his mouth. So instead of destroying your soul, he can pluck your soul from between his teeth, and he can gift you passage into the spirit realm. The curse is now lifted off of you, because the curse doesn't say that your soul must be destroyed. The curse says your soul is sent into the jaws of Severus to be crushed. But he can choose if he carries out the to be crushed part. Because to be crushed means it's gone. Your soul is gone. Distasteful. But that's why Cordysoth tells the shifters that there is actually a path to redemption. A vampire can redeem themselves. So, that's the only reason that the Church of the Redemptions is allowed to stand as a building, right? Because the vampires can't actually redeem themselves. But again, when I say redemption, it's not, you don't get to stay in the world, right? You die. Like, the end of it is embracing and accepting. The hardest part of the path of redemption is to realize that all roads to the path of redemption end with you dying. You have to die. You have to embrace the thing that you were afraid of. That's the irony of Cordysoth's curse. Is that the vampires are created because they are wizards and witches trying to escape the cycle of death. Because they're afraid of it. By engaging in the spell of immortality, they actually now have a new, more terrifying fear of death. Because the curse of Cordysoth is held over them for all times, and they are made keenly aware that Cordysoth's curse is upon them. Like, as part of the ritual, you need to bury yourself under the ground and take of the life force of the world itself. When you dig your way out of the ground, well, sucks to be you. So say vampires exist. What about liches? Liches do exist as well. But liches already, they're in a different type of loophole, right? Because theirs is ripping the soul out of the body themselves and hiding it in something else. Right? And vampires can't do that. Once you've done the spell of immortality, you cannot use magics in the traditional sense. You are limited to whatever blood can do for you in the magic system. Which is very, very limiting. It's not stifling. You can still do a lot of magics with blood magic. But it is nowhere near what being an actual mage is like. Yeah, liches are different. Liches, you use the soul manipulation. It gets very complicated, but there is a methodology of manipulating the soul. This is something that Meraxes discovers, which is how he fights back against the gods and their avatars. He realizes that you can touch the soul. The soul is an actual tangible thing, right? Oh, no. No, because, again, when you become a lich, right, your body immediately rots, decays. You get to feel all of that, by the way. And sure, you are now an undead thing, but you don't get, like, arcane mystical powers and stuff like that. Your body has rotted away. You don't have that conduit of energy anymore. You're just a more intelligent undead being. But that's it. Like, you want to be very fucking careful. You want to be very fucking careful. Sure, you can reform your body because it's no longer an actual body. Massive air quotes. But yeah, if anything finds your soul, and if anything damages your soul vessel, you're fucked. You are particularly going right to Cortisoth's Forge. And this isn't because Cortisoth is in charge of it. There's no curse on liches. But none of the gods actually like liches. None of them. There isn't a single one of them that's like, woo, yeah, woo. The Shifting Hells like liches. And they will try to grab your soul. So the good option is Cortisoth gets a hold of you. The bad option is the Shifting Hells get a hold of you. You do not want to have your soul grabbed by the Shifting Hells. No, it can't happen. Again, the way the Shifting Hells work is that there is an embodiment of the sin that represent each of the Shifting Hells. You can't ascend to become that. Like, the hell itself chooses you. And it's a very complicated mechanism. The only reason Meraxes, aka Zaramis, is able to become the embodiment of the Hell of Wrath is because he's technically an outside force that's not supposed to be there. Once the Shifting Hells stretch their wings, stretch their fingers into your universe, that embodiment is there. You don't get a new embodiment. That's also how William forms, right? Like, that's how William becomes the embodiment of wrath. Because William is in a dimension that is not directly connected to the Shifting Hells yet. The Shifting Hells, they aren't, like, intelligent, but they're cunning. So they manipulate things, and William becomes an embodiment of wrath. Because Meraxes is not performing his duties. Right? No, you would have been an embodiment before. If you go lich route, you don't become a lich. Right? If you are an embodiment of one of the hells, you get dragged into the hell. You don't, like, get a chance to move your soul around. If you become an embodiment, you get pulled to it. The only reason that William doesn't is because of Meraxes. You see what happens where the Shifting Hells start forming the bridge. And it's because of Meraxes' interference that William doesn't get pulled into the hells. And Meraxes then makes the thing, he's like, okay, William needs to resist the wrathful hate in him one time. If you resist at all, if you put up any resistance and try to stop being an embodiment for any reason, the embodiment within you rejects you and will violently expel itself from you. Now, if you're not a Wolverine and don't have massive healing potential and regenerative capabilities, it's very lethal. But at least you saved your soul. right? And so the moment that Meraxus sees that William is starting to dry heave and is retching, he realizes that William has resisted for even a moment. Because there is no actual undeath. Right? Necromancy isn't, like, we're getting into whole fucking soul things. There are undead creatures, but they are being puppeteered by magic. There is no actual true undeath. Like, again, a lich isn't actually undead. They have just removed their soul and they have hidden it away. Their soul can be destroyed. They aren't actually undead. Like, it gets into very specific definitions, right? Very, very particular. That's how the magic system works. It's very particular. Mm-hmm. That's the way to look at it. It's much more like they're puppeting a pile of bones. Excuse me. Now, so anyways, and the Shifting Hells, again, because Shifting Hells sounds like a few eternities of torment. Nothing my OC Lich I just made up can't handle. Yeah. The Shifting Hells are a terrible place. So, hey, you know what? Hold on. Hang on, is the whole thing going to go with me? Or is it not going to go with me? Yeah, it's going with me. Fantastic. Okay, so, the way to think of the Shifting Hells would be... We're getting artsy-fartsy, chat. We're getting artsy-fartsy. Okay. So, you know what? I don't like the fact that we've got this. Hold on. There we go. There you go. A little less blinding, right? I don't like big white blocks, just pure white. I like dark mode. Dark mode's better. Dark mode's way better. Alright. I'm going to use red. Okay, so. The way to think of the Shifting Hells, this is the Shifting Hell on its side, right? If you were to somehow be able to look straight down onto the Shifting Hells, how would they look? It is basically a disc. Oh god, am I going to be able to do this properly? Because it's not... Oh wait, hang on, wait, I know how we can do this. I know how we can do this without it being a complete and total ball ache. Okay, first off, yep, we're on this layer. Okay. Okay, so now let's take this layer. Because what I needed to do, basically, is find out where the center point is. So. There. Oh, God. I'm going to be able to do this properly. So again, we don't need this now. Or sorry, we don't need this now. Boop. Fuck. It's incorrect. Ah, it's hard to divide this up into the proper amount of them. These two lines are wrong. So this needs to be more like here and here, and then this cuts here and here, right? It's a bit rough, but, you know, make, make it work, buddy. So again, if you were able to look at it, right? No, it's 7 parts. It's split into, it's the 7 sins. Yeah, like I said, I wish there was an easier way for me to do it, but it's split into 7 parts, and they are equal in representation in this methodology. Okay, this is you looking down. If you were able to somehow look down on the hells themselves, this is what you would see essentially. But within each of these little pie slices is infinite, right? There's no actual true border. You don't reach the border of one hell to escape into another hell. That doesn't happen. The hells can try to invade each other, and sometimes they do, but most of them don't give a shit because the embodiments don't really have intelligence. The exception is Zaramis, because again, Zaramis is an outside influence on what the original concept of the hells were. Zaramis becomes the embodiment of wrath. He actually has Merax's intelligence. But, as Meraxis points out himself, but he loses every time because he has to indulge in wrath. So, he is very easy to fuck with. Because he has to engage in wrath. He can't help himself. It's not like a choice thing. He is an embodiment of wrath, so he must engage in wrath itself all the time. All the time. There is no choice. There's no option. Now, this is if you're looking down on it, you see the seven circles. Oh no. It's a 6. No. No, that's 7. That's 7. Oh my god, I thought I read. I don't know why I did 6. Right. Now, if you were to look on the side of it, right? If you were to see the shifting hells for what they are on a side view, essentially they're they're jagged and twisted, and there's all different kinds of things around, right? They're jagged and twisted. The ground is not a steady thing. It's constantly moving. It's constantly changing shape and everything. Meanwhile, shit. Is there a thing that would be better here? Oh, this could work, actually. Yeah, hold on a second. This is better. Imagine the grounds are constantly shifting and jagged and moving. There's no set way to get around. The hells move and shift based off of the whims of the embodiment that's there. And by the way, the lust embodiment is interesting because the lust embodiment is actually 2 entities, technically, because it's a brother and sister. But yeah, it's not good. It's very not good. Okay, and then Yeah, so basically I'm doing from the side, right? So this is why it's all jangly and crackly and like terrible, right? And then from the side, I might have to just do this. Which then goes into another. Yeah, again, this is just representative, right? So, all right. High above, there is no sky. There is no sky in the shifting hells. You have whichever hell you're in is the ground, the floor. There's no true like walls or anything. There is no sky above. Above the shifting hells is an upside down ocean. This ocean is known as the drowning. When you get sent to the hells, you don't go into your chosen hell right away. All souls destined for the shifting hells go into the drowning first. And as you can imagine by the name, you are there constantly drowning without the ability to die. Because it's your soul being tormented now, right? There's no body that can expire and release your soul from it. No, this is your soul. Your soul is being tormented. So you go into the drowning, and this is just a sea. It's what shakes Jonathan at the end of Guardians of Nature. He freaks out because when the seam of the world basically tears open like cloth, and he looks into the shifting hell itself, when he sees the shifting hell of wrath, which is a cold, desolate, and empty place because of what Meraxus is doing, he can still see the ceiling though. He can see the upside down ocean high above, and he sees the billions upon billions upon billions of entities, all different people like lizardmen, dwarves, halflings, gnomes, humans, elves, as they are thrashing and writhing and trying to get above the water. They are fighting and pulling each other down. It's literally the crabs in a pot, right? They are pulling each other down, trying to get their heads above the water to take a breath of air. But when you take that breath of air, it's refreshing in the sense that you're not drowning. You're not experiencing the physical sensation of drowning the entire time. It's refreshing in that sense. It's not refreshing in the sense that the air is acrid and burns your lungs. It is literally melting them as you take in each breath. But it is considered a pleasant alternative to being pulled beneath the water, which you will be very quickly by someone else trying to make the ascent to get a breath of air. And like I said, this is all eternity. Now, the embodiment of the sin can, at their own choosing, at their own whim, reach up into the drowning and pluck out people that have their embodiment of sin, that have their sin, right? So the lust hell can pull out lustful people, wrath can pull out wrath, pride pulls out pride, so on and so forth, right? If they want to. They don't have to. And it's a much worse fate when you get pulled out of the drowning. The drowning is actually the welcome reprieve from actually being in the hells. There are a lot of like imps and husks and things like that that long to be thrown back into the drowning instead of being in the hell that they are actually in. Because their embodiment is indulging in that sin, right? Even in, like I said, what you would think would be the most peaceful hell, sloth, is a true nightmare. Okay? Like, it is a true horrifying nightmare to be in sloth. And sloth sounds like it's most peaceful. It just wants you to go to sleep. But as you are pulled down into sloth itself, and you fall from the sky, air quotes, and hit the ground, you have to stand up quickly. If you fall to the temptation to go to sleep, to close your eyes, you can see all of the bodies around you from people that have succumbed, that have fallen into the slumber, as they writhe around and they scream in their dreams forever. Because, and you can see the plants. There are these plants that are like needles that grow into the person and they pulsate out, and they are constantly like trapping you into nightmares, your most horrific nightmares for all of eternity. And it is your suffering through those nightmares, through your restful sleep, that is indulging and giving the embodiment of sloth power. And not only that, but the whole time that you are trying to stay awake and you are trying to walk, you keep having to step on all of the needles, the pain as you are walking with the acrid air burning your lungs the entire way for all eternity, because you know if you stop for a rest, you know what your fate is going to be. The whole time you're doing that, the hellhounds of sloth are there, and they are tempting you, and they are prodding at you, and they're batting you around, and they're attacking you. You can't die here, but they can fuck you up real bad and be like, you can stop this if you just go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Just lay your head down and close your eyes. Again, that's the nicest. That's the nicest of the shifting hells. And again, the only reason the hellhounds are even what they are is because, again, they are Wolverine that fell to the temptations and weren't killed as Smilers and then got dragged into the hells. They are truly demons themselves. And again, they can't help themselves either. They have to indulge in their lust. Or they have to indulge in their sin. Lust hellhounds are terrible. Jonathan Olfither is actually going to fight a lust hellhound by himself, unfortunately for him. And that's really bad news. Okay. Yeah, so very, very not good place. You absolutely do not want to go into the Shifting Hells. Ever. Meraxus actually manages to breach the Shifting Hell of Wrath, but that's also partly because of his aspect. A portion of himself, Zaramis, is actually there in Wrath already. Yeah, but the brother and sister entities that are the embodiment of lust, very brutal. Well, Sunday's been made up now. Yeah. Again, it is not a good place. These are not good times. But yeah, the Jonathan Olfither, he's there's gonna be a point in House of Desire where he's feeling really low. I don't want to explain why he's feeling really low, but he just decides to go for a walk. He needs to clear his head and everything like that. He's still going through that midlife crisis, which for a Wolverine is at like 202 years old. But he's worried that he's with his tribe. He has set up a honeypot trap, right? And they've killed a lot of Smilers. They've done a lot of good things. He has protected Lapradia, which is the town, the city that Guardians of Nature takes place in and around. He's protected Lapradia like very well. But he is worried that when he's gone, will they keep up the fight? Or will they fall to their temptations? Because he's given them like a buffet, essentially, to indulge in their lust. But he's using it to keep their morale up and to bait in Smilers of lust so they can kill them. and he's having that worry, right? He's having that fear that all he's done is poison their souls, and he's not going to see them ever again. You know, he's feeling real down. He's feeling real shaky. So he goes on a little walk, and he just decides to visit a strip club just because. He's like this is what I know. I know the business. I'm more comfortable here now. I'm just gonna go visit the strip club. But he realizes that like things are really quiet inside. Really quiet. Something's not right. So he goes inside. There's nobody at the front to like welcome him in or anything like that, or check him for weapons or stuff like that. He goes in and he then smells the iron from all the blood and everything, and he can smell the feces and the bile, the gore. Basically, he can smell all the stuff of people dying horribly. And as he comes around the corner into the club itself, he could already smell the acrid burning of the hells. He could smell it, and he looks and he sees a hellhound of lust who is currently bouncing up and down upon a corpse. And this hellhound of lust turns and looks at him and just gives this wicked smile, because the hellhound knows that his sin is lust, right? It knows inherently within its very being that Jonathan's sin is lust. So, not good. Not good fight. Oh, and like I said, emphasis on the fact it's bouncing up and down on a corpse. And then it starts laughing and talking about how he's gone a bit stiff. It's like, oh god. It's not a good situation. And he has to fight it there by himself. Yeah, he can't just like wash his hands of it. He's not going to be able to escape. This thing knows he's there, has zeroed in on him, and it's time to fight. Yeah, again, it's a literal hellhound of lust. It's a demon of lust. So it is it's indulging itself, because that's all it can do. Even when it's fighting, it's doing stuff horrible. The reap is bad enough, but bad puns are unforgivable. if only that was the reason why Jonathan Olfither is fighting, right? But no, that's not the reason why. But no, that one's gonna be fucking brutal, because it has like all of the tricks in the book, right? Like there are things it can do. Like it has a whip that it uses, which is more like a nine-tailed whip, but it has like flesh hooks and stuff to tear. It's part of like sadism and masochism and stuff. Its tongue has like barbs along it that have like sedatives and things like that for like the thrill of kidnapping and torture and stuff. Like it's really bad. Really, really bad. Yep, cat o' nine tails. But it's not really like a cat o' nine tails. It's a lot longer, right? And so it's really bad. Jonathan is a little spoiler. Jonathan will win, but again, he couldn't tell in the time because he's currently in the fight for life or death, and death means his soul is going to get touched by a hellhound, and he fucking does not want that. So he's in a fight for life and death, and he wins, but she had gotten him a few times with the tongue, so he has like sedatives and things like that working through his body. He's feeling more and more fatigued. He kills the hellhound and takes the head off, but he like starts woozily stumbling around and eventually falls and like just blacks out. Well, the Hellhound lost to the Wolverine, lost to the werewolf, so. The Hellhound lost to the wolf. But Jonathan blacks out, and he can't tell because he's like I said, he's been in a fight for life and death, literally like the death of his soul and everything. So he's been busting his ass in this fight, getting thrown through like walls and shit like that, and like getting torn up real bad. He stumbles around and out after claiming victory, and eventually collapses. And he, because of all of the bile and gore and like acrid smell, he couldn't smell anything else around. But there are a few people that are still alive in the club who like come out of hiding and everything like that. Some of them actually watch the fight go on, not because they wanted to. It's kind of watching like a train wreck going, you know. Yeah, they watch the confrontation, and now it becomes this weird thing where like these are just normal people who some were here as a job, some was like the one lady's a bartender that was there. There are a couple like businessmen that are there just to relax for the evening, and there's a fucking werewolf that's collapsed in front of them that can't move, and it becomes this whole thing of a part of like what will help reinvigorate Jonathan that he's on the right path is that these people were terrified, but they had to admit that he, you know, this creature saved their lives. This creature fought that abomination that killed everybody. Did a demon and a werewolf just have a fist fight? Pretty much. Yeah. One of the businessmen is actually going to be like, this isn't fucking reality. I don't live in reality anymore. It's all fucking up. Like, this is not normal. This is not natural. Like, I was just coming here to look at some tits and ass, and you know, then all of a sudden that horrific thing like came in and just nope. That thing came in, and then this other thing, the dude came in, and he turned into this thing, and then they started fighting, and this thing killed it, and like, is this thing gonna kill us now? So yeah. Yeah. So now essentially, Jonathan is basically left to the fate of the people that he saved. He's left up to their imaginings, their imaginations, and everything. Like, some want to contact the NDA, some want to like just get normal police here ASAP and everything like that. Some are just like they don't know what to do, right? Yeah. Again, the whole point behind it is that the Wolverine don't like when they're exposed, right? They're trying to keep hidden, but they know that that's not possible. They know eventually they will be exposed to a point where they can't cover it up anymore. That's why Jonathan is operating Smiling Wolf Studios the way he is. He's trying to prepare for that inevitability. And the last World War kind of cemented that technology is going to explode and skyrocket. We can't keep getting away with this. It's just going to take one person sending the signal out. Ironically, it's these little moments that cement everything, right? Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, we call him Ass Blasted Alejandro for a reason. Yeah, it's these little things. When the siege of Point Crescent happens in Den of the Arctic Wolf, the Wolverine there, the Sheriff John Brenner, Hilda Whitman, and Alex Reed reveal themselves as werewolves because they have to. To fight off the necromancer's army that attacks the town, they have to. Now, the wolf bloods in the town already knew this, but not all of the people there are wolf bloods. But all of the people there got to see these 3 werewolves stand up and fight for them and protect them, right? And it becomes that whole thing of like, okay, we can't, like, none of them want to kill the entire town. They don't want to destroy everything. They just got done fighting to stop the necromancer. Can they trust these people, though? Can they not trust these people? And it becomes that back and forth. And the very end of the book is a log that gets sent to the NDA. And it is a log from a chat room where somebody in Point Crescent is typing to a friend and they say, "Dude, you're never going to believe this. Werewolves are real. I know, I've seen one." And that's how the book ends. And yeah, that's part of it too. That's the whole thing with why Alex is even humoring Victoria, because the sign he got from Meraxis is eventually saying, like, you have to open up out of your shell. This conflict is coming no matter what. But as we said, Rosentia is the most likely country to accept them. It is the most likely because of its past, because of what it did when forming. Rosentia, because when it went to the native peoples, they forced them to integrate. That spiritualism the native peoples had, through osmosis, through just the way of keeping their culture and their heritage alive, has slowly influenced Rosentia over the centuries. So Rosentia is far more accepting of the concept of spirits and spirituality. Now, again, Mr. Miller, you're thinking too much of Werewolf the Apocalypse. There is no delirium. There's no delirium state or anything like that. Now, as the Wolverines say, remember, not all spirits are inherently good. There are things like terror spirits and fear spirits and things like that. Those do exist. Wolverine can contract with a terror spirit, for example, and give them a capability like delirium, but it's not an inherent intrinsic thing. It's not a thing of their being. And the good thing is that, again, they get to see what helps Point Crescent kind of become more accepting of this, like, this fucking earth-shattering realization. One was that they knew the necromancer was real because the sheriff's department and even Harkus Ironforge, who owned the local pub, was like telling them, no, necromancers are real. Also, if there's one here, yeah, get everybody inside. We're going to, like, batten down. We're going into siege mode. Like, and they spread that knowledge carefully. They didn't make a mass broadcast or an announcement or anything like that. They let it spread carefully. They picked specific people and like, hey, get your family to the sheriff's department. Get them here and stuff like that. We're setting up bedding and we're getting like pallets of food moved in. So they let the grocery store know. Like they're doing it carefully. They're not doing the whole thing like, oh, we don't want to cause a panic and therefore we won't tell anybody anything. No. They're telling people slowly and carefully, right? They're very slowly disseminating the information by priority people first, so infrastructure can be in place to handle when people do find out and panic inevitably ensues. They're handling it carefully. Slowly bring people up to speed. Slowly let people know what's going on. Let the infrastructure be in place, so now once people do find out, they actually have a place to go. It has all been settled. We're already ahead of the curve. What they don't know is they don't know what the necromancer's timetable is. They don't realize that the necromancer has 4 days. They actually have 4 days to do all this. But, they're playing it smart, they're playing it careful. They need to get everybody into the sheriff's office. Because originally Point Crescent was a military outpost. back when the actual coastal emplacement known as just the Point was a genuine coastal emplacement for defense of the country. Now you don't need coastal emplacements like that. They're just kind of they're just juicy targets. So long ago, the whole idea of this being a military outpost was abandoned. People started building like houses next to the what eventually became the sheriff department, which was originally the command bunker of the military outpost. Yeah, yeah. No, but they take it very carefully. Andrew, his task is to go talk to all the Wolf Bloods and get them all, together and rallied. The Wolf Bloods will obviously get their families and stuff there. The sheriff is getting military veterans. He's letting them know specifically. They're like, hey, we're in a crisis situation. Here's the deets. Here's what's going down. We don't want people to panic. We need this stuff to get done and carefully, right? So yeah, he's getting they're handling this carefully, and a lot of people because Point Crescent is not like it's not a great big city, right? It's a population of 350 people. It's basically a village, is more accurate, right? It's the loosest definition of town you could possibly get, where there might be 3 streets in the entire city, or there's 3 streets in the entire town, Main Street being the middle one. Like it's a rough place. Like people live here because they choose to live here, right? It's one of those things like, hey, there's no big city crimes or anything like that, but as John Brenner says, this is where the bad shit happens because this is where you're most likely to get away with it. But yeah. Oof. As I said, now we're currently in the chapter When It Rains. And that's the one where Sheriff John Brenner thinks that Hilda Whitman is on the same page as he is. It's only when they start talking to each other that they realize, oh shit, the sheriff is talking about a totally different crisis than what Hilda's talking about. Hilda has her own crisis she's bringing to the table. So, because when it rains, it pours. So, not only is the town facing a necromancer, they're facing something else. And we've talked about it before. I'll tell you guys in a momento when I get back from the bathroom. Yeah. Yeah. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's see, hold on. I will talk about that in a moment, though. Let's see what we got here. One crisis begets two. Yep. Real threat of the Unabomber will be revealed. Oh God. All right, hold on. So the other threat that Hilda is made aware of, the spirits have contacted Hilda and they've let her know that there was a tribe that suffered a misfortune in a nearby area. Like, nearby being like, 50, 60 miles away. Like, nearby, air quotes. But it is a tribe that is near them. The tribe sent out the spirits that are contracted with their greater to give warning to all Wolverine that they could find. And specifically to the Wolverine that were to the northwest of them. Because, unfortunately, the tribe had a problem. One of their members became a Smiler. This Smiler is now on the way towards the northwest. They don't know why, but that's where he's heading. The Smiler's sin was envy. So, okay, very fucking dangerous Smiler. Alright, that's bad. The Smiler's cast was Wrecker. Okay, that's even more dangerous. Like, what the fuck? It's a Wrecker of envy? So, it is a giant living siege engine, Wolverine, whose sin is envy, and they are a Smiler now. That's very not good. And it gets worse because the cherry on top is that this particular Wrecker was their chieftain. And they will go into why the chieftain suddenly fell to the temptations, because it's pretty bad. But, yeah, so he has a lot of skill, capability, and power, and he is heading right towards Point Crescent. Now, the bunch of the tribe are chasing him, but it's not good. It is basically the worst thing you could possibly ever hear. Yep. And the reason he's currently envious was he made a bad call and he got some Wolverine killed. Okay, so he made a bad call, he got some Wolverine killed. He didn't know that there was a scheme behind his back to try to take the tribal leadership from him. He didn't know that. And one of the Wolverine that died was his son. So, when the scheme to oust him because of it happened, he did not take it well. I don't mean to highlight these. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to scroll up. Okay. Scrolling up. Okay. Such Floodspore versus Facehugger. I would say Facehugger. If, like, which one would be more bearable to deal with? Facehugger. 1000%. And yeah, it wasn't original Bungie. Original Bungie did not make Reach. What I mean by that is the original team. Because they got Frank O. I can't call him by his nickname that I give him. Frank O'Connor, who had no idea what Halo actually even was about, wrote Reach. Yeah, but Valentine, I call him Frank O. Cunter. Yeah, Frank O and then Kun, and you can get the rest of it. Okay. Pull all that down. Right. Yeah, if only I was Australian. Yeah. Sorry, I'm having my dinner. Yeah, let's go back to our random thing that we were doing. It's just kind of fun having just a random day, just shooting the shit and talking with y'all. Also, will Grim Dawn's expansion ever be released? Who knows? Yeah, soon trademark is absolutely the correct answer there. Holy shit. This was actually a lot of fun, this game. Like, sure, it's a bit time consuming, but, it was nice. Signalis, you say? Ooh. Ooh, hang on, let's pull that there. We need to go through all these anyways. Survival, horror, sandbox, exploration, crafting. Okay, we'll check that one too. Yeah, I have. I've beaten it. Well, I've beaten it, and then you unlock the rest of the game, as I find out. So yeah, I beat the tower or the dungeon, and then you get let out into the city, and it's like, oh, by the way, here's the rest of the game, and I'm like, oh, oh, congratulations, you beat the tutorial. Yep. Okay, maybe one more game, and we'll look through them. One more game, we'll look through it all. I have not. I have not tried the secret of Weepstone. Oh, if only I would select you in a heartbeat. Goodbye, Project Werewolf. You are such a jank game, though. Holy fuck, you are genuinely a jank ass game. Mm-hmm. Was it Blasphemous 2? That was gonna be it? There was one of these type of games. No, because it's an upcoming game. That's right. It's not Blasphemous 2. Where you play a werewolf. Jank is very much an understatement with that game. Holy fuck. Oh, there's another one. Only you weren't so expensive. I've always wanted to play Lollipop Chainsaw. Good lord. I always wanted to play it, but too expensive for me. Killing Floor 3 is still desperately trying to make it good. Online co-op survival horror. Ooh. All right, here we go. So, this is called Gravelord. Let's begin. Early access launch trailer, release date trailer. Let's do launch trailer. It looks good. The art style looks nice.
Say hello to my little friend.
Ooh. With roguelite elements. Hell yeah. Wait. Blame adds a ranged alt attack to the shovel that forces enemies to attack the enemy you hit. Okay. That's funny. That's funny. I'm not blaming her for this. I'm blaming you.
Did I not bury you already? Let's put the fun back in funeral.
I like it. Yeah, add to wish list. Yeah, I'll keep you in mind. Son of a bitch, I'm in. Okay. Alright. Gun Touchables. Narrated trailer. I guess?
Welcome to Gun Touchables. It's a co-op roguelike action shooter where you and your fellow survivors blast your way through the wasteland. The good news is this post-apocalyptic world is filled with loads of cool loot and upgrades to help you survive. The bad news is it's also filled with a ton of gross freaks that want you dead. Your mission is to go in guns blazing, stockpile toilet paper, and make it to the big bad boss. If the boss has an ass, you need to kick it. If it doesn't, just shoot it wherever it hurts most. Gun Touchables is great to play with your friends, or with friendly strangers on the internet. But if you've got bad internet or no friends, you can enjoy it in single player too. Surviving in this ruined world is no cakewalk. There's work to do. Each stage of your mission will require you to complete some classic apocalypse activities, like picking up a case of brewskis to enjoy back at the bunker, or breaking into an old warehouse to get more toilet paper. In the apocalypse, we call it white gold. You might have to reboot abandoned radio towers too. And of course, you'll need to destroy the disgusting mutant hives that are birthing these abominable freaks into this world. And this is an upgrade. Like upgrade, but crate. It's what keeps us sniffing around this wasteland like a pack of heavily armed truffle pigs. Upcrates contain powerful upgrades for your weapons and your own abilities. Some are just reasonably cool, like in the green crates. Then you've got your golden crates, which have got some crazy accoutrements. But the real juicy goods are in the red crates. For those, you're going to have to fight for your life in a 1-minute mano-a-mano in the Stinky Meat Challenge Room if you want to get the goods. In Gun Touchables, you're going to run into all sorts of dangerous freaks. You've got your run-of-the-mill mutants. Nothing fancy, but they're a threat in numbers. Then you've got some special mutants with nasty tricks like spitting acid at you or exploding into flames.
Woo!
We've got our elites and our bosses too. These heavy hitters, like the stampeding War Tusk, can ruin your whole day faster than you can say will and testament. Plus, these mutants are going to mutate. That's why we call them mutants. They might get faster or regenerate health or start poisoning you. So you're going to need to stay adaptable. The good news is you've got plenty of guns for shooting all these mutants. You've got your starter weapons for each mission, but the real cool stuff you'll have to pick up during your mission. There's a gun for every taste and occasion. We've got little quick shooters, big heavy shooters, extra zappy shockers, explosive ordnance, you name it. Plus, you can throw on all sorts of upgrades, like bigger mags or bigger bullets or
Very
spicy
standard
bullets.
thus far.
How about upgrading your shotgun to have a 360-degree spread? In between stages, you'll have the opportunity to visit the shop, where you can spend your hard-earned money on new abilities, weapon upgrades, and powerful new firearms. Plus, we've got Baxter's Bazaar, where the real high-ticket items can be had. At
Okay, that was
Bazaar,
funny.
you can unlock powerful starter items, plus legendary upgrades to encounter during your run. But Baxter's only accepts beans as payment, so keep an eye out for bean cans when you're out in the wasteland. In Gun Touchables, you can play as 4 tenacious survivors. Big Bang Barry Backhausen is your resident demolitions expert and old-school badass. He's the type to bring a grenade to a gunfight. Dr. Marcus was once one of the worst doctors in the country. Now he's the only surviving doctor in the world, which makes him the best. Sort of. Linda is a former elite scout.
I like that.
She's the outdoor survival expert and close-range fighter. Her motto is live, laugh, leave nothing standing. The team's sharp motto is live and close range. She's the outdoor survival expert and elite scout leader. She's the outdoor survival expert and close-range fighter. Her motto is
I think
live,
that just said,
laugh,
oh,
leave nothing
shit.
standing. Alfred, the team's sharpshooter, is passionate about 3 things: hunting, canned food, and fringe conspiracy theories. He's doing just fine these days. Every team member has their own special skills, such as explosion or owning a shovel, and you'll have to use these skills to survive your mission. You'll also have to stick close together so you don't get left behind in the dark. Use your stamina to dash, dodge, and fuel your special skills. And make sure to scavenge special pickup items like medkits, minigun turrets, energy drinks, and wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube men. As you complete missions out in the wasteland, all that experience starts to add up, and you'll start to unlock some character upgrades to start each run. I think the kids call this meta progression. In Gun Touchables, there's a difficulty level for every player. Hell, you can adjust it however you want. Enemy health, enemy damage, how many enemies, how long the mission is, you name it. It's mix and match. So, that's the game in a nutshell. But Gun Touchables is only just getting started. You can expect more updates from there. More missions, more enemies, more upgrades, more guns. So it's time to gear up, lock and load, and kick Doomsday's ass. Gun Touchables.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think could be interesting. $5 as well? Yeah. Yeah, you know, $5. Could be interesting. We'll see. We already looked at this one. So, Mortal Sin. Launch trailer. There you go. The time has come. Looks good. I like this aesthetic and art style. Yeah, no, you don't say. That's a lot. Yeah. I agree with the gore statement. There's a lot of gore. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll wish list it. Overwhelmingly positive. That's a good sign. Very good sign. Let's check out Signalis. You're gonna tell me what these are? I forget. I feel like there's a... I recognize the gun mechanics from somewhere, but I can't place where. My gut reaction is Parasite Eve, but I don't think that's right. I think Parasite Eve had like a VATS thing. But I remember there was a survival game where you would target the enemy, and then you would like let your accuracy bar fill up, so that it was like you had a risk versus reward thing, right? Like you had a set. If you fire, you could like shoot from the hip all you wanted, but you were likely to waste lots of ammo not actually hitting the target. It rewarded you for taking your time, aiming, letting it fill in, letting it calm, and then fire. So you would use up a lot less ammunition. But obviously that was very dangerous because you had a lot of fucking baddies coming for you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not using that as like it has VATS. I'm trying to use it as like to give you a thing for what it is. Like Parasite Eve is its own system. Yeah. I'm trying to paint a picture for anyone that has probably never heard of Parasite Eve. But no, there was a system that was like this. I don't know if this is the same system where you take longer, you get more accurate and do more damage, thus rewarding like patience. But obviously the risk being that there's a lot of baddies heading your way. But like I said, my gut reaction was to say it's like Parasite Eve. But I don't think that's accurate. I know there was a horror game that did that, though. But I can't remember what it was. It'd be weird if it was like Blue Stinger or some shit. That'd be like, what? That's a blast from the past. Yeah, not bad looking. Not bad. Hey, we can wishlist that. Another overwhelmingly positive. Okay, neat. Now, Outbreak Island. Released yesterday. Following my father's steps. In search of the truth. Resource matters. Rebuild what was lost. Okay. Looks kind of just generic, honestly. It's going for a similar system of what the old Fortnite was originally supposed to be. So, yeah, interesting. Alright, Whisper Mountain.
Oh god, they're spawning in the room. What the f is that?
Oh god, no, I'm stuck.
Hello? Hello?
No, you sound fine.
There we go.
Okay, wardrobe.
Oh, the portrait changes.
This is actually pretty cool. If you hold right click to aim, he just hot swaps to the gun.
I am ready. It was difficulty 1, so I can't imagine it's gonna be too bad.
Did you guys see the floating
Yeah,
zombies?
Why are they levitating?
Oh, there's a
Puzzles.
code on the wall. I thought it was 6.
No, it was a 6.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. 5.
I'll reset. Oh, there's log picking. Oh, yeah, there is. Watch out.
Hello.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Whoa.
We've lost Gavin Sinno.
Oh, we can see where they are. We can see them on the map.
We got a skill point, so we can use that. I kind of want cardio. Let's do that.
Get ready, guys.
Oh my god.
Nice. Nice call, Gary. Endless horde?
Oh my god!
Oh, jeez!
It's locked from the other side? You're kidding me.
Spin to win.
Jump scare? What the f?
That's right. Get knocked down, idiots.
What's this? Enter. Oh my god.
Oh, it's a big one.
Oh, jeez! What is that?
Die. Holy.
Oh, there is so many. Oh, another big one came through.
Hey, so I'm not a fan of the like
Oh,
presentation
dead
stuff,
ass.
and that would be why. But no, like the game looks fun. The game looks good. I'll accept that for the game. Yep. Path into the abyss. Okay. Pew 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 pew. Okay. Well, let's keep going down a little bit. All right, now I'll pull it up over here then. Path into the abyss. Do that, so then I can grab it like this. You bastard bitch. Bastard bitch, shit fuck. Okay. Action, adventure, shooter, sandbox, FPS. Okay. Take a look. Teaser.
En la entretejida línea del tiempo. Acá en esta tierra ya habitada,
Uninhabited land.
llegaron ellos.
They arrived.
Los primeros se decían ser.
First they said they were.
Acá en la llanura donde cubrimos hoy con nuestro
Explain.
cuerpo el manto gris de esta ciudad desolada.
Buenos Aires.
Ellos, los anhelantes viajeros del mar,
Where's the sea?
nacido del continente de los reyes, sin saber qué les deparaba, de trabajo, sudor y lágrimas. Armaron sus casas de barro y plantaron vida, compartiendo con otros cuya naturaleza desconocían. Y con más fuerza que nunca lucharon para mantener su
So this is the Buenos Aires stalker game, eh?
Yo estuve ahí.
Yeah, so it's a stalker game set in Buenos Aires.
Profundo. Es como una sombra. Ahora lo siento conmigo todo el tiempo.
Curiosity peaked. Curiosity peaked for sure. No other things here. Okay, but yeah. To be announced on date. Got it. Got it, I understand. Keep your secrets, wench. You harlot. Okay. Okay. This comes out in a few days. I like the concept of dead letter department. I really do. Oh, fuck my eyeball. Hold on. What happens to the clock tower? Like not a remake, but like a remaster. Ooh, tempted. This was actually an enjoyable game back in the day. Hell yeah. Five Nights at Fruities. Oh no. VR game. Damn. Fatal Frame. This is the one I was interested in, and then it turns out it was pretty meh looking. Very sad. We already have Dead Estate on our wish list. Can be Father 2. Spin the stop sign. Excuse me? Pipkin? Well, now we have to make Pippa play it, right? We have to make Pippa play it. Beep, 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 beep. Pipkin, Pipper! Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood? Potential. Let's see what that one looks like. Yeah, trust me. No More Room in Hell 2 hurts. It hurts me. It hurts me so. Yep. Again, it was nothing like the original No More Room in Hell. I don't understand what they were trying to do with it, you know? Yeah, they fucked up the formula real bad. Oh. That's already got me like, nah. The Mummy Demastered. Okay, interesting just based on the name. Succubus. Sexual content. Damn. Ah! This is the one that was like, this one right here. Chat beside my pointer. It's like, oh no! 8-foot tall big booba woman. Oh no! Yep. Detective. Huh. A detective game. Supernatural detective game. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Immersive sim cats. Oh. Kitties. Okay. Could be interesting. I think somebody got this for me one time. I don't remember who. Yeah, somebody got me this as well, and I'm just like, "Ha, you funny. You funny. You very funny." I mean, that seems pretty accurate. Need we talk about Don to Don, right? Give me your banana. Ah! I will let you suck on my titties if you give me your banana. I do not like deep water. Deep water is very much a no bueno for me. I hate deep water games. Milk outside a bag of milk outside a bag of milk. Weird. It's a visual novel. Season 3, 5 Nights at Freddy's 3. Casting of Frank Stone. Those crazy Canadians. I'm not surprised this is mixed. It was pretty rough when I played the demo. Shockingly not labeled sexual content. Eyes of Hellfire. Zombieville 3D. This one, it's not a bad game. I'm just really bad at it. You know what I mean? Some of those games where it's like clearly my gamer skills have waned too much. I'm not good enough to play this game. I don't think it is. Mishima, it's probably. But probably, you know what? I can just look at it here. Hold on a second. It looks like. Okay. Oh, let's separate it out. Publisher maybe? This is what their studio's called. Incorrect? I think it's an Eastern developer. I think it's a Chinese developer. I think it's actually a Chinese developer. Because it has Japanese, simplified Chinese, normal Chinese, and English as its languages. Oh, I can tell you why, because it has nothing to do with the lore behind it. It's the entire visuals. It's all visuals. Oh. It is a woman with a big booba. Big woman. Tall woman with big booba. That's why. Yep. The big tibby. The big tibby is real. Okay. Tiggle bitty. Is this a game set in the Mars Attacks universe? Unironically? Because that's what the Martians and Mars Attack looked like. Well, this one said she was 8 feet tall. According to this GOM. Well, we can't check count as a crimson. Oh, turn-based. Could be interesting. He is coming. It has my face. Nope. I was trying to remember, what's the difference between Clue and Cluedo? I feel like Cluedo was easier. I feel like that, but I don't know for sure. It's just what my brain remembers. Okay, let's look at these. Okay. Yep. Oh yeah, I forgot we wiped everything, so we're back to like normal. Okay. So yeah, this is the Clock Tower
When I was 5
remaster.
years old, my father went missing, and soon after that, my mother passed away.
We're so lucky to live in a mansion like this.
I'm not so sure about it. I think it's really creepy.
Still better than being in an orphanage, right, Jennifer?
Yeah.
Is anyone here?
The Scissor Man comes!
Clock Tower Rewind, now available on PC, Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox.
Not bad. Not bad. The Scissor Man cometh. Yeah, this was an old Xbox game. And it was a lot of fun.
Who you gonna call?
Copyright is hitting us in the ass right now. Copyright. Ah! Yeah, this was such a good fucking game. It was just a lot of fun. It was genuinely just a lot of fun. Okay. I should have known better. I didn't, and yeah, well, we already know we got copytisms on the way, so that's definitely smoking us right now. Beep, 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 beep. This is the Pipkin Pipkin game. And it's not really, but it's called Pipkin, so you know. Your name is Hagatha? Oh, how very tragic. You think Pippa's already played this? Huh. Okay. Yeah, it came out yesterday, apparently. Yeah. Alright, After Ink Revival. What happens after Plague Inc? Oh! Rebuilding after the zombie apocalypse. Ah! We're recreating Plague Inc again! Interesting. Interesting. Alright, so a game set after Plague Inc. It's a novel concept. Sure, we'll add it. We'll add it. Alright, The Mummy Demastered. Hello, Metroidvania. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. I hate that it's the new Mummy, but, you know, at least it doesn't look bad. The game and everything. Yeah, the new Mummy was terrible. The new Mummy was terrible. Hey, the game looks fine. Alright, Enigma of Fear. Release trailer. No, boy, you're incorrect. He did not go in that mansion. I do not believe you. I think your sniffer needs to get checked. Clearly, he went the other way. God of Fear is watching. You know what? Yeah, I'll put that on my wish list. I'll put that on the wish list. Yeah. Alright, this is called Alyssa. And I think that's our one we got all the way here. Survival, retro, action, indie, 1990s. What? Ah! What the fuck is that? That was it? That was it? I was only 32 seconds long. Huh. Came out 4 years ago. Damn. Okay. Yeah, that one I wasn't so sold on. That's because that one's fun. Pipkin could be interesting. And actually interesting after Plague Inc. It looks good, but not for me. That one, wish list. This is okay. This one we've already got wish listed. We have no idea when it's coming out. Gunmetal Gothic, I have not. Excuse me. Cough, cough, sputter, cough. Well, we know we can't look at the Seven Realms. Alright, so let's check Gunmetal Gothic. And we'll call it there after that. We'll check Gunmetal Gothic and we'll call it. Gunmetal Gothic. Ooh. Release date 2026. Alright, well, let's look at gameplay trailer. Man, those are some old fucking vibes. Holy shit. That's a mood for sure. I like it. This reminds me more of like... Yeah, this is like PSX stuff. It looks nice. Oh! Oh, you can turn off the filters and everything. Okay. So you can make it a little easier on your eyes if you don't like all the, like, old filtering effects and stuff. Demo coming soon. Yeah, no, I'm sold on that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Add to your wish list. Alrighty, chat. Well, we had a fun time. I think today was a pretty good day, honestly. We had to obviously pivot because of things, but that's okay. But yeah. So, chat. Hope you guys take care. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe and healthy. Get figure ripped. I think tomorrow. Think. Emphasis on that. Think. Therefore I am. No. Hang on. I need to double check. I believe I have the correct thing. Oh, I might not. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did I lose it? I think I might have loosed it. Oh, fuck. So the plan was we were going to do something fun for tomorrow and Friday. But the question is, it'll be back at our normal streaming time. I can't believe I don't have it anymore. Huh. Well, poop. I'll let you guys know what it is. Tomorrow and for Friday, we're going to do a very special tradition that I do for Spooktober. We didn't get to both traditions. It's unfortunate, but, you know, happens. But we're going to play a classic horror game that unfortunately has been, you know, stuck in the Nintendo coal mines through very terrible patents and everything. We're going to play Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. It's an old classic game. I don't know how far we'll get, but we're going to have 2 days to just play it and have fun, right? I figured those would be good. A good game to play. It is one of my favorite games of all time. I actually have Eternal Darkness sitting, like, actually, should be right here beside me. Hold on. Whoop. Okay. I don't think I moved it back to the shelf yet. Oh, that's Divinity That's Divinity Ego Draconis. Divinity 2. I have it. That's Hogfather. Well, I had it sitting next to me. I might have put it back on the shelf. Because I got a lot of GameCube games over there on the shelf. But yeah. We're going to play some Eternal Darkness. That's the plan. I love that game. We had a speedrunner of it last time we played it. We had a speedrunner of Eternal Darkness come in, and he showed us a trick to clip through a door and skip a shit ton of stuff. And I actually managed to pull it off on the first try. I was like, oh my god. It was good times and funny vibes. Yeah. Anyways, again, it won't be anything super special or anything. I just, I'm not going to try to do any challenge runs or anything like that. We're just going to play it and enjoy ourselves and have a good time with some Eternal Darkness. But yeah. Bye-bye for now, everyone. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.